This is the Troll Patrol, live with Justin FREAKIN.
Welcome to the Troll Patrol, live. It is a freaking Wednesday. We were here about this time last Wednesday when shit started going down. Now, Creed Dally, if you were watching us last night when we were going over the House debating the resolution to call on Mike Pence to invoke the 25th Amendment, you would know that impeachment proceedings started in the House this morning at 9 a.m. That's when they agreed to the rules and everything. They have now agreed to the rules. C-SPAN crashed on me again, so I'm going to have to actually go to YouTube. If you were with me last night, C-SPAN kept crashing for some reason, and I have no clue why. So this is going to C-SPAN's YouTube video. The House passed the rules just a few minutes ago. This is the official start of the 2 hours of debate for the actual impeachment resolution. There should be a vote at the end. So within a couple of hours, Trump should be impeached again. So this is just the start of the proceedings. Nancy Pelosi is the first speaker, and I was sparing you guys of having to listen to her.
The speech he was prepared to give in Dallas on Friday, November 22nd, 1963. President John.
Why are we talking about JFK?
We in this country, in this generation,
stay on topic, Nancy. Woot! Why are you sending me an ass?
Of world freedom. We ask, therefore,
shaking your ass at me, ma'am,
worthy of our power and responsibility.
As I said last night, this all started at 9 a.m. this morning. I was not getting up that early to cover this shit for you guys. But I have my coffee. I gotta grind up some pot in order to actually pack a bowl.
In this place, let us be worthy of our power and responsibility. That what Lincoln thought was the world's last best hope, the United States of America may long survive.
It's an eggplant.
My fellow members, my fellow Americans, we cannot escape history. Let us embrace our duty, fulfill our oath, and honor the trust of our nation.
Now, there's not going to be any tomfoolery today at the Capitol.
Bless America.
Because we've got thousands of National Guard troops stationed there. Pictures all over the internet this morning of them sleeping in the Capitol.
Was recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself such time as I may consume.
The gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
We're never, ever going to let Jim Jordan speak without bringing up the fact that he covered up sexual abuse at the college that he worked at.
President Trump's administration.
Yes, I drink coffee through a straw. That is a
campaign to impeach President Trump has begun. And
that is something that my dentist told me to do as we prepare to
7 days there will be a peaceful transfer of power, just like there has been every other time
have some major work done as to not stain your teeth going forward. Drink coffee, tea, stuff out of a straw.
This doesn't unite the country. There's no way this helps the nation deal with the tragic and terrible events of last week.
I've received plenty of ridicule for it.
And Republicans have been
matter of fact, I had a piece of pie at a restaurant. This is probably last summer. Obviously, because it was a restaurant. And I ordered coffee, and I was drinking through a straw. People at the bar were like, "What's wrong with you?"
Second time, 1 week before he leaves office. Why? Why?
So that he can't collect a pension, so that he can't spooge over tax dollars. Spooge.
The president who cut taxes.
I'm not high yet. That's why I'm not very articulate.
Had the greatest economy, lowest unemployment in 50 years. The president who got us out of the Iran deal, put the embassy in Jerusalem, brought hostages home from North Korea.
Full of shit.
3 great justices on the Supreme Court, gave us a new NAFTA agreement, the Abraham Accords, the COVID vaccine, and who built the wall.
The COVID vaccine. What wall?
This is about getting the president of the United States.
Oh my God, he replaced some border fencing.
On his campaign before
didn't build a fucking wall.
19 minutes into his
and you covered up sexual abuse, Jim Jordan.
Mueller investigation, 19 lawyers, 40 agents, 500 witnesses, 2,500 subpoenas.
Made over $30 million.
Impeachment round 1 based on an anonymous whistleblower with no firsthand knowledge who was biased against the president and who worked for Joe Biden.
who brought forward a fucking transcript. We all heard the fucking call and heard the crimes he committed. Yet you're trying to cover it up, just like you covered up sexual abuse at Ohio State. You giant piece of shit.
Not just about impeachment anymore. It's about canceling, as I've said. Canceling the president and anyone that disagrees with them. The Ayatollah can...
I wish!
Can't. Democrats can object on January 6, 2017, but Republicans aren't allowed to object on January 6, 2021. Democrats say Antifa is a myth. Republicans condemn all...
You weren't objecting. You were trying to overturn a free and fair election.
The standard has to stop.
Like the fascist you are.
The attack on the First Amendment has to stop. And stop and think about it.
Attack on the First Amendment. I wish a fucking Republican would read the fucking First Amendment.
One side to talk. When you can't even have a debate in this country, this great country, the greatest country ever, it needs to stop, because if it continues...
And this man was awarded the Presidential Medal of Freedom, which is a fucking joke now. It became a joke when Rush Limbaugh got it.
Cancel culture will come for us all. America's a great country. The greatest country ever.
Is that Matt Gaetz rooting him on there in the corner?
We need to think about how great the people of this nation really are.
Less than 6 feet, I might add.
We've accomplished in the past, and begin to come together as leaders who represent so many great folks across our districts. Think about this. Think about this. In 1903,
I am definitely not high enough for this already.
Two guys fly this thing they called a plane 100 feet. Barely got off the ground. Barely got off the ground. Amazing thing. 44 years later,
I hope you guys all saw Smokey.
The sound barrier. In 44 years, we go from two guys flying a contraption they called a plane a few hundred feet to Chuck Yeager breaking the sound barrier. And 22 years after that, another American steps on the moon. Think about it. In one lifetime, in 66 years, two guys flying 100 feet to putting a man on the moon. That's what this country is capable of. That's what.
And 50 years after that, I have to listen to a sniveling piece of shit make excuses for traitors to this country
to start understanding
that covered up sexual abuse at a college. Hashtag save our children.
I hope we can be in the.
It can't come soon enough.
The greatness of the American people, and focus on the things they want us to focus on. I yield back our time.
Gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is
I fucking hate Limbaugh.
Madam Speaker, I yield myself 3 minutes.
And that's one of the things, like, I was hesitant to get this microphone because it's gold, and I hate the fucking fact that Rush Limbaugh has a gold fucking microphone.
President Trump was baselessly and deliberately...
It's not really relevant. You just have to have 2 hours of debate. So they're filling time.
...to spread lies about the election. He told his supporters...
It's 2 hours of debate divided equally between the two parties.
He implored them again and again to help him stay in power. And he convinced them that accepting the outcome of the election posed an existential threat to their families.
Now, this is going to be quick. None of this, like,
we have a
end of the day, he's going to be impeached again.
That racism played a direct role in this.
I kind of doubt that the Senate is going to take it up before next week. After Wednesday, obviously. A week from today. This time, next week, we will be watching the inauguration of Joseph R. Biden as President of the United States.
On January 6th, at a rally that was large, angry, and widely reported to be armed, the president's lies and violent rhetoric reached their crescendo. At that rally, the president took the stage. After reiterating the falsehood that we won this election, and we won it by a landslide.
I know, but it's those parliamentary rules. They gotta have so much debate on
not going
shit.
to have a country anymore. And then he urged the mob to walk down Pennsylvania Avenue.
And I'm assuming, and one of the reasons why we're streaming this is I'm assuming there is going to be a lot of eyes on this. This is the 2 hours of debate period of the actual resolution of impeachment. We should see some fireworks. This should be fun.
That attack with the explicit intent to disrupt the joint session of Congress. An attack that threatened the safety of the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, and the President pro tem of the Senate, the next 3 officers in the line of succession. And look at what that violence has wrought. At least 6 dead.
And just, we're finding out more and more and more about this attack.
Capitol breached.
There's a report coming from Representative Presley
with broken glass,
that they actually took out the emergency buttons from the Capitol.
And the debris we have come to associate with the Trump campaign.
That would have been an inside job with Capitol Police.
I have faith in the resiliency of our government. We will bring the rioters to justice. Their accomplices in this House will be held responsible. But today, we must focus on the grave.
And apparently it's still under investigation, so AOC hasn't
who incited this riot and who remains
disclosed all the facts, but apparently somebody was tweeting out AOC's location. Like another member of Congress or a member of the Capitol Police was tweeting out AOC's location during the siege.
Clear in word and deed that he will persist in such conduct if he is
That's being investigated by the FBI.
He poses a continuing threat to our nation, to the integrity of our elections, and to our democratic order. He must not remain in power one moment longer. Not one moment longer. The danger is too great. We must impeach. I reserve the balance of my time.
Gentleman reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
It was imperative that it was not one moment longer 4 fucking years
The
ago.
gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes. The gentleman from California is recognized for 2 minutes.
We'll go 4 minutes. Excuse me. I didn't realize that.
The gentleman from Ohio, in control of the time on that side of the aisle, wishes to yield 4 minutes to the gentleman from California. Correct?
Yes.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 4 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, I didn't like the president's speech on January 6th either. I thought he was wrong to assert that the vice president in Congress can pick and choose which electoral votes to count.
He was.
He was wrong to set such a confrontational tone in a politically tense situation. But what did he actually say? His exact words were, quote, "I know that everyone here will soon be marching over to the Capitol building to peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard," unquote.
But like Trump's like a mob boss. He says things in like these like
Now, he also
weird
said
terms.
candidates in future elections.
That you're gonna peacefully protest.
Like me, who'd resolved to uphold the constitutional
Fuck
process
me.
and protect the Electoral College.
And this asshole knows that.
What? That's called politics. If we impeached every politician who gave a fiery speech to a crowd of partisans, this Capitol would be deserted. That's what the president did. That is all he did.
And they love to generalize and not actually get to the heart of the topic. Oh no, he just gave a fiery speech.
The majority of them did. But every movement has a lunatic.
Be a shame if
fringe.
something happened to it.
Suppressing free speech is not the answer. Holding rioters accountable for their actions is the answer.
It used to be a nice Capitol until people
And if we
smeared
prosecute
shit all over the
BLM
walls.
And Antifa rioters across the country with the same determination these last 6 months, this incident may not have happened at all.
Holy
Short of
fuck.
declaring war, the power of impeachment
Switch that
is
around on
solid
yourself,
and
sir. If
consequential
Republicans
act Congress
had
can
treated their supporters the way Republicans treat
In the-
Antifa and BLM, we wouldn't be having this situation right now.
Many members phoning in their votes after a hasty.
I'm sorry, I'm going to get high and stop screaming so
Exactly
much.
1 week before a new president is to take office, trivializes this power to the point of caricature. The Democrats have won everything in sight: the House, the Senate, and the presidency. In a republic, that calls for magnanimity by the victors. Only in a banana.
Is that what he was saying in 2016 when Republicans won all three? No, he wasn't.
Franklin warned us that passion governs, and she never governs wisely.
These people would hate Benjamin
This
Franklin.
week, we've set some dangerous new precedents. that
These people would call Benjamin Franklin a soy boy.
redefined intemperate speech as
In a second.
physical incapacity requiring removal from office. Today, we define it as a high crime and misdemeanor. Well, the moment any member of this body gives an impassioned speech and the lunatic fringe of their movement takes license from it, be prepared to answer to this.
It's always equivalencies. It's always equivalencies.
Now, I could cite plenty of provocative speeches made by Democrats that directly preceded violence this summer, but we've already had enough of that. You know, after 600,000 Americans had perished in the Civil War, Abraham Lincoln appealed to the better angels of our nature. He said,
I was blaming it on C-SPAN last night that my browser kept crashing. Apparently it's Chrome.
Those words
because another browser just crashed. It wasn't C-SPAN that time.
They're inscribed in marble at the Lincoln Memorial.
Google trying to censor us all.
More petty, vindictive,
big tech,
and gratuitous act than to impeach an already defeated president a week before he is to leave office. President-elect Biden's promise...
Because he doesn't deserve my fucking tax dollars.
Mockery in the heart
he doesn't deserve the pension.
This
you have made a mockery.
Time has expired.
Good job, Tommy.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
Unconstitutional. Did he really just call this an unconstitutional act?
Yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from California, Ms. Lofgren.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I'm the only member of Congress who's been involved in all 3 of the last presidential impeachments. Those were long proceedings. Today, we don't need a long investigation to know the president incited right-wing terrorists to attack the Congress to try to overturn constitutional government. The actions were in public, plain as day. His actions are the most serious offense against our Constitution and our country. They are.
And I still can't get over the fact that I lived through the Clinton impeachment.
Clause to protect against a president who would threaten constitutional order. If we don't act now, the impeachment clause would essentially be meaningless. Faced with these facts, if we don't impeach to protect our country, we will fail our own oath to protect.
But once again, I feel like Democrats are really missing the mark on messaging. Again.
Foreign and yes, domestic.
Every single one of you should bring up the fact that Republicans should have voted to convict him
God bless America.
During the last impeachment, and then we wouldn't be here right now.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Biggs.
The gentleman from Arizona is recognized.
All right, so there's a lot of
in a certain unhealthy, morbid
debate about terrorists.
That I watched the beast attempt.
How old am I?
Donald J. Trump
I mean, I was a kid when the Clinton impeachment was going on.
Satisfied.
But like I was old enough, like I was in high school.
And not even through an impeachment.
And I was, so that's really my first real exposure to politics, I would say, is the Clinton impeachment. Because like I'm sophomore in high school or something when it's going on. I may be overshooting that a little bit. I might have been 8th grade, 9th grade. It was around there somewhere.
You believe that your hunger will be finally.
And I was really getting into comedy, late night talk shows, SNL. So like I remember the Clinton impeachment vividly just because of all the comedy I consumed at that time.
And we're the Senate to convict President Trump.
You know, it's all fucking Jay Leno talked about every night.
His movement will.
Not that I was a Jay Leno fan, I was a David Letterman fan.
A martyr. Surely you are aware of this, and that is why your allies in the media seek to censor conservative voices. Your chums that sit on the boards of corporate...
Nobody is censoring conservatives.
That the left vilifies.
I wish they would. You fucks never shut up.
But I bet that the groundswell of support for President Trump and his policies will not go away. You see, the movement he started is based on building an incredibly robust economy.
It will go away, though, because it's a cult of personality. Donald Jr. isn't going to be able to harness that. Tom Cotton isn't going to be able to harness that. They don't have the
provides border security. America
first. What are the Jewish people? The chutzpah?
The American people want. Your for-year appetite will be temporarily assuaged, while you will no doubt continue to chase after leaders of this movement. But your appetite will be.
And like, why aren't the Democrats bringing up, like, we've got Republicans on our side. We got enough votes to pass this. So what are these guys talking about? This is a bipartisan effort this time.
With gasoline. No one wants that. I urge you, please, to reconsider the reckless action in which you engaged today.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
He's urging them to reconsider their reckless action. He's aiming that at Congress, not at Trump.
California, Mr. Schiff.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
1 week ago, the president incited an insurrection against Congress to prevent the peaceful transition of power. It was the most dangerous moment for our democracy in a century. Today, we invoke the remedy the founders provided for just such a lawless president, impeachment. More important, today we begin the long road to restoration. America has been through a civil war, world wars, a Great Depression, pandemics, McCarthyism, and now a Trumpist and white nationalist insurrection. And yet our democracy endures. It endures because at every juncture, every pivotal moment, when evil threatened to overtake good, patriotic Americans step forward to say enough. This is one of those moments. To preserve this sacred place, this citadel of democracy for ourselves and for posterity, let us say enough. Enough. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Gomer.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized.
Oh, this should be good.
2 minutes.
Hit us with it, Louis.
Here's a quote. I just don't even know why there aren't uprisings all over the country, and maybe there will be. Or, sadly, the domestic enemies of our voting system and honoring our Constitution are right at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue.
He's inciting violence right now. Censor him.
States. We were called enemies.
Censure.
Those are all quotes from our speaker. Now, on our side, we didn't take those to be impeachable because we didn't believe.
Oh, he's quoting Democrats. Ha ha ha! Made me look stupid.
Democrats taking this action. You're telling me no? When we say those, we actually mean to incite violence. That's what this action is saying.
Made his point, didn't he?
Look, I just looked on the History Channel. It says these words. If the Judiciary Committee, talking about impeachment, finds sufficient grounds, its members write and pass articles of impeachment, which then go to the full House for a vote. Half of all the impeachments ever conducted, ever voted for, occurred under this speaker. You're setting a precedent that says very clearly, because this impeachment isn't going to work, but it is setting the precedent. Unlike a year ago when we said, look, it shouldn't go through Intel, it should go through Judiciary Committee. Forget that. Now the message is, if you have a whim and you want to just go after.
There's been 5 impeachments, haven't there?
Just go straight to the floor. No
investigation. Am I wrong on that?
No Judiciary Committee. Go straight to the floor.
There only been 4?
Use it as a political weapon as you wish. This is so dangerous, what you're doing. Forgetting all the precedents. Yes, we can argue back and forth, but you're using this as a weapon, and you're destroying this little experiment in self-government. In a year's time,
the gentleman's time has expired.
It needs to stop. I yield back.
The gentleman from
Republicans have used every lever of our government as a weapon.
1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Massachusetts, Ms. Clark.
The gentlewoman from Massachusetts is recognized for 1 minute.
Suffragist and abolitionist Lucy Stone stated, "If we speak the truth fearlessly, we shall add to our number those who will turn the scale to the side of equal and full justice in all things." The truth is, President Trump incited a violent attack against the United States government. The truth is, President Trump spent his presidency inflaming hate, white supremacy, anti-Semitism, and violence. The truth is, he was enabled by all those who perpetuate.
And a report came out that Jared Kushner actually had to talk him out of joining Gab and other neo-Nazi platforms.
Left 5 dead, our capital besieged, our security threatened, and our democracy hanging in the balance. And the truth is, a vote to impeach is our resounding declaration that the government of the people, by the people, for the people, shall not perish from the earth.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California, Mr. Ison.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The last speaker said that for 4 years the president did.
I thought Darrell Issa wasn't in Congress anymore. Didn't something happen to him?
Anti-Semitism.
Wasn't he involved in some kind of scandal?
With that, but I think it's important that we embrace one thing that was said. Yes, the president has been consistent for the last 4 years. During his campaign, I even representing another candidate, said that the president had political Tourette's. He said what was on his mind without a filter. I don't think that's being debated here today. We all know that's true. What's being debated is whether, with 167 hours left until he leaves office, is he a clear and present danger? And he clearly isn't. The president has acted substantially the same for 4 years. He has rallied his base. And he has, in fact, called for peaceful protest.
Yeah, he didn't seek re-election in 2018.
Days ago. The fact is, today we are...
Ran again. Yeah, he's back in Congress. He's back in Congress now. What?
Not for what happened last week. What happened last week was the result of anarchists who came loaded, prepared, and with weapons. With that, I yield back.
Time has expired. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Louisiana, Mr. Richmond.
The gentleman from Louisiana is recognized.
He's been accused of multiple ethics violations, including using his position to intervene on behalf of Goldman Sachs, Merrill Lynch, and others.
Protect and defend the Constitution. President Trump put the domestic terrorists on notice by saying, "Stand back and stand by." He then summoned them to D.C., directed them to march on the Capitol, and then he sat back and watched.
I'm just upset that I have to put up with Darrell Issa again. God damn.
Some of which may well be co-conspirators. In their latest attempt to placate and please this unfit president, suggest that we shouldn't punish Trump for his actions in order to unify the country. That is the climax of foolishness. Let me suggest to them, stand up, man up, woman up, and defend this Constitution from all enemies, foreign and domestic, including Donald J. Trump. In the first impeachment, Republicans said we didn't need to impeach him because he learned his lesson. So no need to remove him.
Thank you. First one to mention the first impeachment.
If we didn't remove him, he would do it again.
Gentleman's time has expired.
Simply put, we told you.
Every single Democrat that comes forward should be talking like
The
that.
gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yield 2 minutes to the gentlelady from Arizona, Ms. Lesko.
The gentlewoman from Arizona.
They lose political points when they do not paint Republicans with the brush of Trump.
At a time when our country needs unity, it is concerning that my
Blame these
Democratic
people.
colleagues have
They are
chosen
responsible.
to begin impeachment proceedings against a president with just 7
Representative Debbie Lesko, you are responsible for this shit.
challenges have been exhausted. Congress has certified electors over objections, and Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. President Trump has indicated he will peacefully...
Oh, it's the old, oh, well, everything's okay. It all went forward anyway, so what's the big deal?
Pursue impeachment just 1 week before he leaves office. I've heard my colleagues on the other
Why hold somebody accountable for what they did? Oh, I don't know. Why would you do that?
to stay in power. Yet they know that it is impossible for the Senate to remove him before his term expires. So what is...
That's why they called for the 25th Amendment. We watched it last night. Jesus fucking Christ.
If Congress is going to impeach a president, it must not only be done after intense debate and deliberation.
But I also wish they would capitalize on the fact that this is bipartisan this time.
Point. This impeachment attempt is dangerous for our country and has far-reaching...
What is dangerous is allowing people like you to still play off of the Trump supporters.
From Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is
To
recognized.
feed them bullshit and stoke those flames.
1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from New York.
That's what's dangerous,
The
ma'am.
gentleman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Madam Speaker, I did not come to Congress to impeach Donald Trump, but the constitutional crimes by an out-of-control president inspired by his hatred and the big lie that he told cannot be ignored. Donald Trump is a living, breathing, impeachable offense.
Honestly.
It is what it is. The violent attack on the U.S.
You've been trying to impeach him since he got into office. He's been committing crimes since well before he got into office.
He is a clear and present danger to the health,
Smokey just shot by. I don't know if you guys even saw him.
People,
Just like a
and that
little
is
bit of
why
his
this
tail go
impeachment
through.
is necessary on the House floor for a second time with a bipartisan majority. Violence will not win. Insurrection will not win. Sedition will not win. Terror will not win. Lawlessness will not win.
Another one mentions terror.
Will not win. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. Democracy will prevail.
The gentleman's time has expired.
But there's a debate about using the word terrorism.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Gentleman reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Aguilar.
They're going to want to propose new legislation, new terrorism measures and shit, and use it against us. AOC had a great tweet about not letting them, that there's enough laws already on the books.
On January 3rd, we stood here on this floor and swore an oath to defend our Constitution against enemies, foreign and domestic. 3 days later, that oath was put to the test when a violent mob tried to break down those doors to stop us from performing our constitutional duty. This mob was not without a leader. On that day, the president told them to walk to this Capitol 16 blocks from where he stood. They were radicalized by his lies and conspiracy theories he spent months fueling, many of which I've heard on this floor the last week.
Last week? We've heard in the last hour.
I concede, because that's what leaders do in a democracy, because that's what we do in the United States. They put politics aside and put country first. And as I look to our colleagues over on the other side, I wonder how many of them will demonstrate that leadership and join us in holding President Trump accountable for inciting this deadly attack. How many will uphold our oath and put our country...
I'm having a real problem with Smokey and my curtains.
...from the threat in the White House. To do
he keeps trying to claw my curtains and he's fucking them all up.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 3 minutes to the gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline.
The gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr. Cicilline, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Madam Speaker, for more than 220 years since George Washington yielded the presidency to John...
Oh my God, does everybody from Rhode Island talk exactly like that?
...mark of our democracy. In this country, the will of the American people reigns supreme.
I only know one other person from Rhode Island, and that's exactly the way he sounds. That exact accent.
Until now. Donald Trump lost his bid for re-election last November. It was a free and fair election. In fact, President Trump's own election security director called it the most secure election in U.S. history. But for 2 months now, Donald Trump...
I've never been to Rhode Island. I don't know that it's a real state.
Over and over again, he's told his...
Have any of you ever been to Rhode Island? I don't know anybody that's ever been to Rhode Island.
And from them. And as they grew angrier and angrier over this perceived injustice, he told them there was still a way to keep him in power.
Fucking Narnia or some shit.
To meet for the sacred ritual of certifying the results of the presidential election, the president made his move. He directed his supporters to travel to Washington for a rally to stop the steal. They did. He then, once assembled, he had one final request: march on the U.S. Capitol, do what it takes to help me hold on to power. We will never give up. We will never concede, he told them. If you don't fight like hell, he warned, you're not going to have a country anymore. The people on the ellipse that day heard his message loud and clear. They answered his call for insurrection. As the third-ranking Republican in this chamber put it, he summoned the mob, assembled the mob, and lit the flame of this attack. Armed with guns, pipe bombs, bats, shields, zip ties, and more, they set their sights on the U.S. Capitol. They stormed the citadel of our democracy. Hundreds of domestic terrorists did what Donald Trump wanted them to do. They seized the Capitol and tried to end our country's 234-year experiment in democracy, as the Trump family and White House aides watched gleefully on television. They searched the halls of this building for the vice president, who they came to hang for treason. They overran the office of the speaker.
They did. They had a
They sought above all else to seize control of our government in the name of Donald Trump. Let that sink in. The terrorists who stormed this building planned to hang the vice president, kill the speaker, and topple our government. They took
it's like having
American
children
flag and replaced it with a Trump flag. I asked my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who are not planning to vote for this article, is this the kind of country you want to live in? What are you going to tell your...
Yes, it's exactly the kind of country they want to live in. One where they exercise fascist power over the rest of us.
Heed the words
yes.
of Abraham Lincoln. the first Republican president who told us
we need to stop acting like they're coming to this.
This great house in which he served cannot and will not endure
in good faith. They're
the
not.
president and the terrorists who stormed these halls last Wednesday did not succeed in toppling our republic. We must ensure they never do. I implore you to join us in supporting this article, and I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Van Drew.
The gentleman from New Jersey is recognized for 1 minute.
Oh, this is going to be good. I believe he's a Republican now. Used to be a Democrat.
We've done this before. This has failed before. We've fractured our nation using the same process before.
You fractured the nation.
Congress must be the glue that starts unifying everyone. By the time this process would conclude, the man they want out of office will no longer even be the president. If we want unity, this is not the way.
This guy should be selling used cars somewhere and doing commercials all over a local station.
Our nation in darkness.
Calling himself the boss, wearing sunglasses.
Smokey,
get out of my fucking curtain.
This takes their voice away. We must be bigger and better than the most base of instincts that have been driving our political discourse. It is destroying us. Let's link arms with one another and begin to heal. Let's stop this impeachment. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Neguse.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the chairman. President Trump's
Would anybody else like a cup of coffee while I'm up?
encouraging, inciting a mob that stormed the United States Capitol for the sole purpose of stopping the constitutionally mandated counting of electoral votes cannot go unanswered by this body. He must be impeached. If Congress does not act, if we shrink from our constitutional responsibilities to defend our republic, it will undoubtedly undermine the vision of America as the last best hope of earth, as Abraham Lincoln so eloquently said so many years ago. So to the millions of Americans watching today, I hope you understand that we are proceeding on this path out of love for our country. I will honor my oath today. I will vote
Cheers
for impeachment.
in my
Pray that my colleagues
best cat dad
courage
mug.
to do the same. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Best Christmas present I ever received.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves. Gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 2 minutes to the distinguished gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Clyburn.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 2 minutes.
I'm still salty with James Clyburn.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday, we gathered to follow the Constitution's simple instruction to count the electoral votes that have been tallied by the states and submitted.
If there is one man you can point to
refused to accept those
in the
results.
primary
Instead, he sought to overturn them by inciting a
that
violent
did more than anybody to help stop
we were not deterred
Bernie
from doing our constitutional duty.
and hand the nomination to Joe
Today,
Biden.
we must do
It's
our
that man right there.
constitutional duty once again. While the president failed in his attempt to upend our democracy last Wednesday's events make clear that if we do not hold him accountable and remove him from power, a future attempt could very well.
Make no mistake about it.
The survival of our democracy,
Barack Obama played a huge role.
accepting their defeats, as has been the case.
Fuck
in
Nazis.
every president's election since 1864.
It says fuck Nazis. I got it from Blackcraft. Blackcraft, whatever the fuck they're called.
Contest for power.
The proceeds went to the Heather Heyer Foundation.
This, accepting and certifying.
I got it not long after Charlottesville.
Election result in which he.
I figured it was an apropos shirt to wear today for impeachment.
Understood this.
Fuck Nazis.
And certifying this president's victory in the 2016 election. This president's refusal to participate in the peaceful transfer of power and his role in the inciting of the last week's violence pose an existential threat to our Constitution.
I do news.
This threat must be extinguished.
I'm the former news director of 11 radio stations, a writer for 3 different newspapers.
And convicted, and he must be prevented from ever.
I have been covering news and politics for 2 decades, sir.
With that, are you back?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Colorado, Mr. Buck.
The gentleman from Colorado is recognized for 2 minutes.
I thank the gentleman for yielding time. Madam Speaker, I've heard that President Trump radicalized the group the rioters who stormed this Capitol, and I would say that we need to look no further than
I don't give a shit about
to find
fish.
out what happened and to look at history. Americans were frustrated when they learned that the FBI was investigating.
Maybe you should go read about
They were
fish
frustrated to learn that the
if it
Obama
interests you.
administration and the
That seems like the more
DNC
apropos thing to do.
had created this false campaign against the Trump administration. They were frustrated, Madam Speaker, when the inauguration of the president was boycotted by over 40
do you go
Democrat
to like
members of
Ben
this
Shapiro
House.
and Stephen
They were
Crowder streams and
frustrated to
tell
read
them
in the
that
New York, in the Washington
they should give
Post the
politics
day
a
after
break?
The inauguration. Let
You
the
tell Tim Pool
impeachment
that?
begin. They were frustrated when members of this House spoke over and over about impeaching the president days into his administration. And then the socialists in Hollywood joined their allies in Congress. Robert De Niro said that he wanted to punch the president in the face. Madonna thought about blowing up the White House. Kathy Lee Griffin held up a likeness of the president's beheaded head.
And Trump actually did encourage an armed insurrection.
In fact,
Unlike those people in a creative field.
That Trump supporters should be harassed wherever they are, in restaurants, on the street, in supermarkets.
What
During
equivalency?
this time, the president was under investigation by a special counsel who found no collusion, no conspiracy with Russia. The president's supporters were harassed. Ajit Pai, the head of the FCC, was called a dirty, sneaky Indian. His children were harassed in school. The press secretary, Kirsten Nelson, was the press secretary.
He was pretty
Sarah
dirty and
Sanders, was
sneaky.
kicked out of a restaurant for being a Trump employee. The DHS secretary, Kirsten Nelson, harassed at her home. Trump donors.
Oh, give me a couple years, man. I'll be debating those people at Politicon. I've only been doing this show a few months, and I've already got as many viewers as I've got. Come on, give me a break, dude.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves.
What the hell? I expected, in my time frame, to be doing this to no one for at least 3 months before I had 1 or 2 people.
New York.
And now I'm keeping double digits pretty consistently. So
Maryland, Mr. Raskin.
I'm well ahead of my time frame.
2 minutes.
Be sure to like and comment as much as you can. Keep bumping me up.
Bloodthirsty mob attacked the Capitol.
You're on Twitch, though.
Congress last Wednesday.
If you're watching on YouTube right now, be sure to like and comment. That's not true.
They stormed Speaker Pelosi's office yelling, "Where's Nancy?" They brandished the Confederate battle flag and occupied the Senate chamber. They wounded dozens of people, hospitalizing dozens of people, killed 5 of our people. For 6 hours, they shut down the counting of Electoral College votes, our sacred process under the Constitution for peaceful transfer.
Honestly, that should piss people off more.
They may have been hunting.
Why
for
are Republicans not pissed off about that?
But every one of us in this room right now could have died. As Senator Lindsey Graham said, the mob could have blown the building.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Have killed us all. And now the far right is calling for return engagement from January 17th to January 20th. They're asking the president to pardon the conspirators in last week's rampage as they prepare for a race war again next week. And it's a bit much to be hearing that these people would not be trying to destroy our government and kill us if we just weren't so mean to them. Well, despite...
I get so fucking tired of right-wingers trying to equivocate this. Because, okay,
who best articulates...
So I had one compare this to the founders. It said 1776 was going on at the Capitol. No, the founders would bitch slap you fucks.
Wyoming, the elected...
You're trying to overturn a democratic election. The founders fought for democratic elections. No. What the Constitution had in mind when it was talking about watering the tree of liberty was when George Floyd died with the state's knee on his neck over an accusation. He hadn't even been charged, let alone convicted. That's exactly what the founders and the Constitution are about. Protecting the citizens from the state having their knee literally on your neck, snuffing you out over an accusation. That's what the Constitution is about. Not overturning a democratic election because you're fucking butthurt over the results. Right-wingers are fucking morons. Absolute dumb as fucks walking the face of the planet.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Gates.
The gentleman from Florida is recognized for 2 minutes.
Seems to me that impeachment is an itch that doesn't go away with just one scratch. It also...
Oh my God, this coming from the party that with 30-something hearings on Benghazi? Over 4 fucking people died. More people died at the Capitol siege than in Benghazi, Matt fucking Gates.
Activities of the Biden crime family, and subsequently he's been proven right. And don't think for a moment, Madam Speaker, that we're going
What's up, Media Winch?
Or stop our pursuit for the truth. Before that, we had the Russia hoax, where you had the president rightly making claims that Hillary Clinton and the DNC...
Not true. You're a liar.
...to disorient our democracy.
You don't die by yourself.
And then we have the 2020...
He died with the state's knee on his fucking neck. And that's why the cops are being charged. You're just a fucking idiot, dude. What the hell?
Concerns over tabulations, dead people voting, and now impeachment again. When they go low...
Dead people voting my ass. Never happened. They lie. They lie with impunity.
Reaching the Capitol was as low...
I want to see some of these motherfuckers censured.
But who is it that they're kicking?
I want to see some reps kicked out of Congress. I want to see 2 specific senators censured.
400 miles of wall to stop the caravan.
Or have the balls to resign, Hawley, Cruz.
The forgotten men and women of our country. It's why so many people love him so much.
You enjoy my dumb fuck self.
This president has faced unprecedented hatred and resistance from big media, big tech, and big egos, from congressional leaders on both sides.
Matt Gaetz is going to lecture us about big egos.
Speaker Pelosi stood at that rostrum and tore through the president.
How much do you think his haircut cost?
Inciting anger.
They're always dissecting AOC's wardrobe. How much do you think Matt Gaetz paid for that fucking haircut? I guarantee you it was 3 figures.
This divisive partisan impeachment. The Speaker of the House, I would request an additional 40 seconds.
Go through the speaker, please. The gentleman from Ohio.
Madam Speaker, I yield the gentleman an additional 40 seconds.
4 seconds or 40 seconds?
Yep, 40 seconds.
45 seconds.
40 seconds, 4 seconds, 45 seconds.
The Speaker said to us just moments ago, words matter. But apparently those words don't matter when they're uttered by Democrats. When the gentlelady from Massachusetts calls for unrest in the streets. When the gentlelady from California brazenly brags that she called for people to get in the faces of those who serve and support the president.
Yeah.
I denounced political violence from all ends of the spectrum.
Yeah.
Make no mistake.
Just like I'm going to get Mo Brooks's face, I'm going to send him an email, I'm going to call him up on the phone, I'm going to say his little seditious ass needs to resign. That's how I'm going to get in their face, Matt Gaetz.
Or they cheer-led for it, and they fundraised for it, and they allowed it to happen in the greatest...
Speaking of fundraise, I do believe Matt Gaetz was one of the people that sent out a fundraiser while the Capitol was under siege. How dare he, the hypocrisy of this fucking moron.
There will be order in the House.
And he wants to get up there and act like he's indignant? Fuck you. Fuck you, Matt Gaetz.
New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Swalwell.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
America has been attacked before, but not like this. On January 6th, Donald Trump incited thousands.
And there's been a right-wing attack on this man's character today.
Transition of power. Let that sink in.
Accusing him of having an affair with a Chinese spy that never fucking happened. They lie with impunity.
This president has inspired future plots. America is still under attack, and that's why Donald Trump must be impeached. I've read many of my GOP colleagues know what the president did was wrong, but are afraid for their lives if they cross the president. I'm sorry that you're living in fear, but now is a time to summon your courage.
They are. They are.
We have all seen
You are correct, Swalwell.
officers who have risked their lives so that you could flee this floor and see your family.
They live in fear of the nut jobs that support Trump.
Officers engaged in hand-to-hand combat for hours with these terrorists. Capitol Police were spit on, beaten, stampeded, and one of them lost their lives. I'm not asking you to summon the courage that they did. I'm just asking you to do your job and
The
hold this
gentleman's
president
time has
accountable.
expired. The gentleman from New York reserves.
That was one of the better Democratic speeches.
Ohio was recognized.
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentleman from Texas, Mr. Castro.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Donald Trump is the most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. I want to take you back 1 week ago.
I mean, I know my history, so I know about like Andrew Jackson and shit.
Through these doors
I know about the corruption during Teapot Dome.
with weapons, armed, pipe bombs.
When we talk about danger, like Teddy Roosevelt was probably the most dangerous man to hold office, as in he could rip your fucking head off.
Let me ask you a
That's what, the dude on Fox saying that Trump was the most masculine man to hold the presidency. Holy shit!
would have done to you. And who do you think sent them here? The most dangerous man to ever occupy the Oval Office. If inciting a deadly insurrection is not enough to get a president impeached, then what is?
Blowjob.
All of us must
Sex
answer
scandal.
that question today. The Constitution requires us to impeach and remove Donald John.
But I mean, if you're a Republican, you can be a fucking pedo.
Gentleman from New York reserves.
I reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio is
But you know, every time I show right-wingers those affidavits
the gentleman from New York is
from Trump being
Madam Speaker, I
sued
now yield 1 minute
over raping a child,
Pennsylvania, Ms. Dean.
they all say, well, that's not hard evidence. He wasn't convicted, blah, 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 blah. But yet, affidavits are hard evidence for voter fraud, apparently, even if a court says, nah, this isn't evidence and rejects it 64 fucking times.
Reporters and staff, I feared for myself. The attack on the Capitol will never be forgotten. The president and many in this chamber have shamelessly peddled dangerous untruths about the election, despite the warnings of where those lies would lead. And last Wednesday, those lies and dangers found themselves inside this Capitol. This hateful rhetoric is another deadly virus. It is time to remove it from its host. To heal, we need accountability and truth. That begins by acknowledging the president's dangerous lies and their deadly
I really like this dude's tie.
Removing Donald Trump is the beginning of restoring.
I wanted to say I had one like that.
democracy. What happened last week will not be forgotten, and what we do this week will long be remembered. Vote yes on impeachment, and I yield back.
Gentlelady yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam
I did have a tie.
My pleasure.
Maybe not quite that color,
To the,
but it was that same kind of shimmery.
From California, Mr. McCarthy.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank the gentleman for yielding. Madam Speaker, let me be clear. Last week's violent attack on the Capitol was undemocratic, un-American, and criminal.
And you helped inspire it.
Violence is never...
You are one of the motherfuckers that need to be tossed out of Congress for being a traitor to
Freedom
this
of
country.
speech and assembly under the Constitution is rooted in nonviolence. Yet the violent mob that descended upon this body was neither peaceful nor democratic. It acted to disrupt Congress's constitutional responsibility. It was also an attack on the people who work in this institution, members, staff, and the hundreds who work behind the scenes so that we can serve the American people. The greatest statesman in the history of our country understood that the most dangerous threat to freedom is lawlessness. A young lawyer named Abraham Lincoln famously said, "There is no grievance that is a fit object of redress by mob law." Yet for several hours last week, mob law tried to interfere with constitutional law. Some say the riots were caused by Antifa. There is absolutely no evidence of that. And conservatives should be the first to say so. Conservatives also know that the only thing that stops mob violence is to meet it with force rooted in justice and backed by moral courage. And last
Where was that?
Mob violence met by courage, sacrifice, and heroism from the brave men and women who protect this institution every day. But for the bravery of the Capitol Police, the destruction and loss could have been much greater. We owe them a tremendous debt of gratitude. The loss of Officer Brian Sednick and Officer Howard Lindmagood is tragic and heartbreaking. We mourn their loss.
I am home.
Remember their lives and continue to pray for their families and loved ones. The officers of the Capitol Police deserve our eternal thanks. We will never forget the dangers they faced, the determination they showed, or the sacrifices they made. And make no mistake, those who are responsible for Wednesday's chaos will be brought to justice.
You're hearing a more tempered response from Kevin McCarthy because he is part of leadership that is scared to death of getting their funding pulled by big business.
Would be a mistake. No investigations have been completed. No hearings have been held.
But he doesn't have any balls, so he's not going to support impeachment,
That
though.
no trial will begin until after President-elect Biden is sworn in. But here is what a vote to impeach would be.
That's still debatable. Yeah, it's not likely, but it is possible that it could
A vote
happen.
to impeach will further fan the flames of partisan division. Most Americans want neither inaction nor retribution. They want durable, bipartisan justice. That path is still available, but is not the path we are on today. That doesn't mean the president is free from fault. The president bears responsibility for Wednesday's attack on Congress by mob rioters. He should have immediately denounced the mob when he saw what was unfolding. These facts require immediate action by President Trump.
Impeachment! Impeachment!
Responsibility. Quell the brewing unrest and ensure President-elect Biden is able to successfully begin his term. And the president's immediate action also deserves congressional action, which is why I think a fact-finding commission and a censure resolution would be prudent. Unfortunately, that is
No! No!
Truly, this past week was one of the most difficult for Congress and our nation. Of all the days here, last Wednesday was the worst day I've ever seen in Congress. Our country...
Then do something about it!
So where do we go from here?
Holy fuck!
After all the violence
We
and
impeached the
chaos of last
motherfucker!
week, is it important to remember that we're still here to deliver a better future for all Americans? It does not matter if you are liberal...
Then impeach the motherfucker!
All of us must resist the temptation of further polarization. Instead, we must unite...
I am so tired of hearing Republicans say that. The only time they ever do, we must resist the urge to further polarize the country. The only time you ever say that is to use it against some sort of progressive proposal. Proposal from the Democrats.
Unity is not an option. It's a necessity.
When it's something you want, you do not give a shit. And you're like, oh, we were mandated by the people. Kevin McCarthy, clearly the people want Trump gone, is what they voted for in this election.
John Adams and the Federalist Party handed power over to Thomas Jefferson and his party, after the election of 1800. That election, and indeed that error, was one of the most divisive ever. Partisans used
Jefferson called Adams a hermaphrodite. I'm sorry, it's much more eloquent than just calling him a hermaphrodite.
And described their opponents as seditious. Sound familiar?
He said that he liked the quality. He said that he liked the good qualities of a woman and the good qualities of a man. A hermaphrodite, they're like, it's a fantastic quote. Look it up. It wasn't actually Jefferson though, but Jefferson did it subterfuge in disguise. He created his own newspaper and hired a guy to write that. I love history.
American history took place. Jefferson, for his part,
especially I know a lot of stupid shit about
and preached forgiveness. Yes, unity.
Like
in his first
off-color things, like the fact that Mozart wrote a piece called "Lick My Ass."
Is not a difference of principle.
That shit cracks me up.
Jefferson and Adams did not end every difference of opinion that existed in America, nor did they try. In a free country as big and diverse as ours, that would be impossible. What they did was more important. They recognized a deeper unity.
Once again, I also think "Lick My Ass" was a little more eloquent than that. Like the "Lick My Ass" is kind of like a rough translation.
At a critical moment in history, our founders chose peace, liberty, partnership over tension, division, and partisanship.
Now I gotta look it up.
For the sake of our country, we must make the exact same choice. We have already begun. Last week, despite the lingering shock and amid the windows still broken, we did what all healthy democracies do. We debated and we voted.
Lick me in the ass. Or lick me in the arse.
And through debates and votes on the floor of this exact chamber. We did our duty then, and we must do more. The eyes of the nation and the world are upon us. We must seize this opportunity and heal. And
I like how everybody's tuning out in the middle of the hearing. Like, yeah, we'll come back when this shit's getting ready to get wrapped up.
Depends on whether we
I don't blame you.
Angels and refocus our efforts to work.
I've probably got a hell of a lot better shit to do than watch this.
We can deliver peace, strength, and prosperity our country desperately needs. Divided,
we're witnessing history here, ladies and gentlemen.
What we saw last week was not the American way. Neither is the
Kevin McCarthy dumping a mountain of bullshit of historic proportions.
Let's be clear. Joe Biden will be sworn in as president.
The media winch.
Because he won the election. And the presidency in this Congress.
I'm glad that I can entertain you while you're at work.
That must be addressed. I stand ready to assist.
No, I don't blame people for ducking out. Like, this is boring ass shit.
Goodwill and an open hand. The United States remains exceptional.
Who wants to listen to this shit and me getting high and yelling at people? Obviously a couple people.
We must work together, all of us.
They exist. We had some fun last night on our 4-hour stream.
History has shown us a way.
Of the House debating a nonsense resolution. That's what I was debating on, whether I was going to stream this, but I was in the shower and I'm like, well, I carried that nonsense resolution last night, even though it was during my show. So, like, I guess I should have carried the impeachment, which is real and actually carries consequences.
What's happening today? I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve.
Going forward, I'm going to try to stream all the major political events,
and now
happenings inside the House.
From Colorado, Ms. DeGette.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, just over a year ago, I stood right there where you're standing today as we took the solemn step of impeaching the President of the United States for pressuring a foreign leader to take unlawful actions to help him in his reelection. And now, just one.
And here's the thing, and not a one of the Democrats have mentioned it.
Right there on the floor of the.
They were drafting articles of impeachment for a whole nother thing.
I heard the mob pounding on the door
before the Capitol siege. So we're debating impeachment here. They were going to impeach him for something else.
Stop certification
Just days before
in this election. It's clear the president learned nothing in the last year. Yesterday, the
And
president
I wish
said,
Democrats
"Yes,
would
he did
seize
nothing
on these
wrong.
talking points.
This man is dangerous.
I wish they would go on cable news and use these talking points.
Incited sedition, and he must be removed. We
God
also
damn it. I'm going to have to go to work for the Democrats, aren't I?
uphold the Constitution. We must honor that oath. We must vote yes.
I would love to be
I yield
the
back.
Democratic
The gentlewoman yields back.
Lee Atwater,
New York reserves the gentleman from
Karl Rove, ethical.
Yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Colorado.
The gentlewoman from Colorado is recognized for 1 minute.
That honestly would be my dream job.
Today to oppose this impeachment and denounce the recent violence on the Capitol, just as I opposed the previous impeachment and the violence
To be the Democratic Roger Stone.
across our great country. Make no mistake here. The
Ethical.
hypocrisy of the left is
To
on
do his
full
job, not do it the way he did
Go
it.
to the Hill. Get in the face of some Congress people. We've got to fight in Congress, fight in the courts, fight in the streets. Take him behind the gym and beat the hell out of him. Go and take Trump out tonight. Sound familiar? What
See,
about the
they've been
gentleman from New
coached.
York who defended the looting by saying looters just wanted loaves of bread? Well, the last I checked, Best Buy and Teslas and stores of the like do
Soup
not
for my
produce
family.
baked goods. Where's the accountability for the left after encouraging and normalizing violence? Rather than actually helping American people in this time, we start impeachments that further
She says normalizing and encouraging violence. She owns a restaurant that is gun themed.
only unified in hate.
Fired.
She tweeted out the speaker's position during the siege. She should be expelled from Congress.
I now yield one distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Waters.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise in support of impeaching again the worst president in the history of the United States. Since his first day in office, this president has spent 4 years abusing his power, lying, embracing authoritarianism, radicalizing his supporters against democracy. This corruption poisoned the minds of his supporters, inciting them to willingly join with white supremacists, neo-Nazis, and paramilitary extremists in a siege of the United States Capitol building, the very seat of American democracy. The Republican Party is now the Trump Party. And I want you to know that this is a Trump power grab that will not stop. It will not stop with attacking the Capitol and our state legislatures. This president intends to exercise power long after he is out of office. It is reported that the President of the United States watched the invasion from the Oval
And
Office
enjoyed
of our
it.
Capitol and seemingly enjoyed it. I want you to know we should be concerned that the Republicans will not defend him, and he is capable of starting a civil war. He must be impeached.
Yes, he must be impeached.
Gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman.
Fuck yeah, Maxine Waters. I said it last night. You are a classy fucking lady.
Washington, Mr. Newhouse.
Thank you, Mr.
The
Jordan.
gentleman from Washington is recognized for a minute.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan. Madam Speaker, this is a sad day in our republic, but not as sad or disheartening as the violence we witnessed in the Capitol last Wednesday.
I was about to say.
We are all responsible. My colleagues are responsible for not condemning rioters this past year like those who barricaded the doors of the Seattle police.
Now, unlike Matt Gaetz, this guy did his own hair.
Inside. Others, including myself, are responsible for not speaking out soon.
I still want to know.
Before the president misinformed.
How much do you guys think Matt
explained
Gaetz
a
spent on
violent mob
his
tore down the American
haircut?
flag and brutally beat Capitol police officers. Madam Speaker, we must all do better. These articles of impeachment are flawed, but I will not use process as an excuse. There is no excuse for President Trump's actions. The president took an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week there was a domestic threat at the door of the Capitol, and he did nothing to stop it.
I'm not high enough
That is
for
my
this.
mistake,
I need to break out the bong, don't
Clear
I?
resolve. I will vote yes on these articles of impeachment.
Oh shit!
The gentleman from Ohio.
I said there's a handful of Republicans that are going to vote for it.
Wishes to reserve.
Madam Speaker, could I ask how much time each side has?
I said last night I expect around 20 to 30.
36 and 1/4 minute remaining.
Time each side has?
And the gentleman from New York has 36 and 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr. Auchincloss.
The gentleman from Massachusetts is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Chair, a mob desecrated our Capitol, killed a police officer, and attempted to overthrow our government on the orders of the President of the United States.
We're getting close to
Immediate impeachment is our duty under a Constitution
the end of
that
debate.
compels us to defend
Probably
against
less than an
enemies
hour
foreign
now.
and domestic. As a Marine officer,
So within like 2 or 3 hours, Trump is going to be
member of
impeached
Congress,
again.
I am solemnly resolved to defend it from domestic ones. With this vote, we strike a blow for moral leadership. I yield back.
Yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Ohio, Mr.
The
Shadow.
gentleman from Ohio is recognized for 2 minutes.
Madam Speaker, America is at a crossroads. As the violent riots at the Capitol last week so painfully and shockingly reminded us, the unhinged partisan rhetoric that too often consumes the political dialogue in this country has become toxic and is tearing us apart.
I wonder who did that.
Down this path, there's no telling how much damage to our union there may be. Sadly, that's what's happening here today. The majority is rushing through yet a second impeachment of President Trump, who has but 7 days remaining in office. As prominent constitutional law professor Jonathan Turley has cautioned, today a dangerous precedent is being set that could lead to the normalization of snap impeachments without any hearings or any meaningful discussion.
Snap impeachments!
The majority is ramming through this House the most potent tool at our disposal without a single hearing, turning a process that usually takes months into a few short hours. We haven't heard a testimony from a single witness. We haven't heard
Well,
from
yeah, he's getting ready to leave office. And it was an insurrection against the country.
on our republic. We didn't
If
even
that doesn't get you impeached, what does?
9 o'clock this morning. This is truly an unprecedented situation, and one which could cause irrevocable harm to our nation. But, Madam Speaker, it doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to continue down this misguided path. We could instead follow the wisdom provided by none other than Abraham Lincoln during another divisive time in our nation's history and listen to the better angels of our nature. We could choose a more positive, constructive path and vote down this ill-conceived effort. We should tone down the political rhetoric. We should
You guys
work
enjoy
together
this. It's giving me a
to solve the
stomach
problems
ache.
that face our nation. We should put aside our differences and find common ground. And we should bring Americans back together. Because there's no crisis we can't overcome if we stand united. And I yield back.
Gentleman from Ohio yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Speaker, I now yield 1 minute to the distinguished gentlelady from Washington, Ms. Herrera Butler.
The gentlewoman from Washington is recognized for 1 minute.
My fellow Americans, I rise today to stand against our enemy and to clarify our enemy isn't the president or the president-elect. Fear is our enemy. Fear tells us what we want to hear. It incites anger and violence and fire. But it also haunts us into silence and inaction. What are you afraid of? I'm afraid of what people will say or think. I'm afraid of being devalued. I'm not afraid of losing my job, but I am afraid that my country will fail. I'm afraid patriots of this country have died in vain. I'm afraid my children won't grow up in a free country. I'm afraid injustice will prevail. But truth sets us free from fear. Truth doesn't guarantee bad things won't happen, but it does promise to always prevail in the end. It has no shadows where darkness can hide. With truth comes love, and we could use that right now. My vote to impeach our sitting president is not a fear-based decision. I am not choosing a side, I'm choosing truth. It's the only way to defeat fear.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Texas, Ms. Van Dyne.
The gentlewoman from Texas is yielded 1 minute.
Thank you very much. Today, I should be in my district working for my constituents. Instead, I'm back here in Washington because the majority could not resist another made-for-TV impeachment. American workers are losing their jobs and struggling to feed their families. Small businesses are being forced to lay off workers and close their doors. Families are tragically losing loved ones to the coronavirus. Instead of creating or even saving American jobs or negotiating additional COVID relief, we're debating an impeachment that's been preceded by no inquiry, no meaningful debate, and no due process. In 1 week's time, Joe Biden will be the president. The American people need us to rise above the heat of the moment, to focus on their needs and deliver real solutions. Because the majority decided we should debate whether or not to remove a sitting president in just 2 hours, I'll be brief. I oppose this article of impeachment and I yield back.
The lady yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. Prideaux.
The gentlewoman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I teach a civics class where I point out that our democracy is not self-executing. It requires people of good faith and ethics to make it work.
Not high enough for this shit.
Repeatedly challenged Georgia's election
Gotta
results.
break out the big
Despite
guns.
3 recounts and many
In the
investigations,
mid-afternoon.
the results are clear. Joe Biden won Georgia. The idea that our election was fraudulent is a lie. Our president used this lie to incite a violent mob to attack the Capitol. I ask my colleagues to act with ethics and good faith, to reject these lies, and in this case to support the article of impeachment. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Florida, Mr. Posey.
The gentleman from Florida has 1 minute.
In our campaigns, we may be adversaries, but usually after the campaign season's over, we have traditionally come together for the good of our nation. Now, more than ever in our lifetimes, we are a divided nation.
Well, now more than ever, there are Republicans that are calling us baby killers.
Harangued and otherwise denigrated the president since the second he became the nominee.
Cucks,
While
libtards.
his sins may be different than yours or mine, they are clearly not treasonous.
What the fuck they aren't? They clearly are. What?
The members of Congress they protected have the time they deserve to recuperate and do the same for millions of Americans who feel they've been disenfranchised. I beseech my colleagues on both sides.
So if treason is the
our nation to heal.
bar for impeachment, how did we get
Resolution.
the Clinton
It reeks of
impeachment?
nothing more than revenge and sets a dangerous precedent. May God continue to bless the United States of America.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
So tired of these dumb fucks.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Maryland, Mr. Brown.
The gentleman from Maryland is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A week ago, Americans in this chamber lived through one of our darkest days. The Commander-in-Chief incited a mob of insurrectionists to overturn the results of a free and fair election through terror and intimidation. They failed, but this
I've been talking about how I'm going to run for Congress, and here I am, like, not only am I smoking, I've got the camera on my shit.
President Trump represents a real threat to our national security, our democratic institutions, and the people of this country. We cannot let Donald Trump, who actively orchestrated
20 years ago, I would have never thought that I could be in politics, but if Donald Trump can be president,
January 20th.
I'm white. Apparently, you can get away with anything. I'm not a right-winger, though. That might pose an issue.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 1 minute to the gentleman from
The white privilege seems to only exist if you espouse a very status quo, pro-corporatist
finally joining Republicans
propaganda.
in condemning mob violence after 6 months of refusing to acknowledge it. But I'm really tired of sanctimonious sermons on being a sore loser from some of the same Democrats who opposed accepting results in elections past. Democrats have objected to certifying every Republican
different circumstances.
In 2004 and in 2016, Democrats objected every time. When they objected, it was patriotic. But when Republicans do it, we're inciting a mob.
Twice it was Democrats winning the popular vote, and another time it was a very, very close issue in Ohio.
Cabinet officials, they've objected to certifying election results time and time again. Even the Judiciary Chairman secured clemency for a domestic terrorist who detonated a bomb right here in this building. But we're the extremists? I don't think so. We've been silenced by big tech.
The king of the castle had to return.
And now the other side wants to silence us on the House floor. This is a sad day in America. I urge my colleagues
The
to vote no.
gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to...
You are a sad
The
day in
gentleman from
America.
New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the distinguished gentlelady from Missouri, Ms. Bush.
The gentlewoman from Missouri.
Cori
is recognized
Bush.
for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, St. Louis and I rise in support of the article of impeachment against Donald J. Trump. If we fail to remove a white supremacist president who incited a white supremacist insurrection, it's communities like Missouri's 1st District that suffer the most. The 117th Congress must understand that we have a mandate to legislate in defense of Black lives. The first step in that process is to root out white supremacy, starting with impeaching the white supremacist in chief. Thank you, and I yield back.
I told you like a month ago, Republicans don't know who she is yet, but they will. They will very shortly.
Recognition.
You'll hear that name more than any other name. They'll be done with Ilhan Omar. They'll be on to Cori Bush.
1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Dr. Jackson.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in opposition to the articles of impeachment. Let me be clear. What happened last Wednesday was a stain on our nation, and the criminals and the rioters responsible should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law.
That's what we're trying to do.
Our country needs to come together. And Congress,
It's literally what it is. If you
begin
don't,
the process of healing the deep division that exists among us as Americans.
if you don't vote for impeachment, you're not doing the very thing you said to do. Prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law.
And to appease the radical left's appetite for division.
Oh, this is Ronnie Jackson. This is the former doctor to President Trump. Disgraced pillhead Dr. Ronnie
And
Jackson.
ensuring election integrity, not impeaching a president who has promised a peaceful transition and who has less than 7 days left in office. It is time to focus on the unprecedented challenge.
It is less than 7 days, less than a week. We will be right here. Maybe not at this time, still watching Joe Biden. It will have already happened like a couple hours ago.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
But we'll be here for the inauguration. There might be violence going on, though. We might be watching it all goddamn day, just like we were with the Capitol. Thought it was going to be a routine proceeding.
Today I rise to support
Couple of hours, watch some bullshit, pack it up, smoke a bowl. Nope, nope, nope. They had to storm the fucking Capitol, and we were here all goddamn day.
6, 2021 was an act of domestic terrorism by right-wing, sycophantic white supremacists promoted, instigated, and advanced by the man in the White House, Donald Trump. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said, the ultimate...
Producer Dave likes to say, act like you know. This woman, Yvette Clark, is acting like she knows.
It sets to destroy. Instead of diminishing evil, it multiplies it.
Time has
I yield
expired.
back.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Wisconsin, Mr. Tiffany.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My father once said to me, just because you can do something doesn't mean you should. In the short time I've served in this body, one thing is clear. This is not...
What weak-ass excuses they're throwing up.
We watch as the other side delayed COVID relief for months to inflict maximum pain and sway the outcome of the election. The Speaker said as much. And yet these
Are you a new representative? Were you not there for the vote where they passed the HEROES Act?
My friends on the other side now have complete control of both houses of Congress. And in a few days, they will control the entire executive branch as well. Madam Speaker.
And notice the way, they have complete control. They have total control. They've said it over and over again.
Is accusing
acting like it's not a razor fucking thin margin.
For their expulsion, the plan for healing? Is working with Silicon Valley to digitally disappear those with whom they disagree with the plan for...
this asshole.
I was among the first to condemn the riots in Madison months ago. And
Were you among the first to tweet out about how you're upset that I got banned from Twitter 2 years ago? Oh, no, you're not?
Last year. Is today's political
Miss me with it.
What the American people can expect from single-party rule? 2 years of double standards and punishing those who
Single-party rule. Notice how they said single-party rule. That's not something that Democrats got on cable news and said all the time. They should have.
Rub salt in the wounds of millions of Americans. It is now time for all of us, Democrats and Republicans alike, to turn down the temperature. Thank you.
The party of personal responsibility takes no responsibility whatsoever and doesn't want to hold anybody to account.
30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Missouri, Mr. Cleaver.
The gentleman from Missouri is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, it would be an error to suppose that men and women can be courageous every day. It would be unfair to anticipate that I or any member of this body could be a lion every day. No one is expected to be a lion day after day after day. But on this day, lions are required.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Tennessee, Mr. Cohen.
The gentleman from Tennessee is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. After President Trump was not impeached, Susan Collins said...
He was impeached.
Susan Collins said he's learned a pretty big lesson. He was impeached. Not impeached. Then he brought his It Will Be Wild, riotous television show that he produced for one person, individual one. Intelligence reports indicate that the people he said he loves and are special are going to attack this city and attack this Capitol next week. He has not asked them.
We love you. You're special.
Them to stand down. I most fear January 20, because I think he will try to go out with a bang and take attention away from Joe Biden.
The gentleman's time has expired, and there will be order in
He's correct.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, statement from the President. I urge that there must be no violence, no lawbreaking, no vandalism of any kind. This is not what I stand for. It is not what America stands for. I call on all Americans to help ease tensions and calm down. Just put out that statement by the President of the United States. I yield 2 minutes to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Klein.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 2 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the President for his words. Above the entrance to the House of Representatives is a sculpture called the Apotheosis of Democracy. It depicts allegorical peace, dressed in armor and protecting the genius of America. Last week, that peace was tragically torn apart as our U.S. Capitol was invaded for the first time since the War of 1812. A violent mob, including many with the most hostile of intentions, broke past security barriers and unleashed destruction and chaos throughout the Capitol. When it was over, 6 individuals were dead, including 2 Capitol Police officers. I've always supported the rights of citizens to peaceably assemble, but those who breached the Capitol and assaulted and killed Capitol Police should be prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law. If their intent was to stop the constitutional requirement of this body to count electoral votes, they should be charged and prosecuted for insurrection against the government. But we are a nation of laws, not of men, and the legal standard for incitement to violence has not been met. Now, a week since the riots threatened the People's House, and a week until a new president takes office, we are rushing through an impeachment without all of the facts and evidence and without due process. We don't know what kind of information the offenders have, what evidence will come out during their trials, whether it bolsters the majority's claims or the minority's views, or whether it implicates other individuals, groups, or other officials in the attack on this hallowed institution. We just don't know. And that's why we must treat the power of impeachment.
Oh, it may have turned out that it was Antifa.
It deserves. Let us gather the evidence. Let us hear it in judicial.
We don't know. We need to hold off. It might not have been Trump supporters, guys.
Among our citizens and will be detrimental to the long-term effects to efforts to unify our country. I reiterate my call from last night. Let us work together. Both President Trump and President-elect Biden have called for a peaceful transition of power. I humbly beseech my colleagues to work toward this end to unify our country and not go down this dangerous path. I yield back.
Uh-oh, I got Smokey here.
Back this time, the gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Rhode Island, Mr.
Say
hi,
everybody, Smokey. The gentleman from Rhode Island is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, January 6th was a horrific day for our country, for our democracy. The Capitol was breached, the blood of a defender spilled, all because of a lie that the elections were stolen, a lie that has infected this nation as pernicious.
Another person from this mythical land of Rhode Island that I don't think exists.
And betrayed his oath to defend the Constitution, attacking the foundation of our democracy by inciting his supporters to violence. He is not fit to serve and is a danger.
A likely story.
I too pledge to support and defend the
gentleman's
Constitution
time has
against all
expired.
enemies, foreign and domestic.
The
I will
gentleman's
uphold that
time
office. I
has
will vote to
expired.
impeach President Trump. I urge my colleagues to do the same.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Pennsylvania, Mr. Perry.
The gentleman from Pennsylvania is recognized for 1 minute.
What did the Speaker know, and what did other legislative leaders know, and when did they know it? Maybe that's a rush to impeach the president, because so we'll never know what legislative leaders here knew. The FBI knew about a number of individuals that were planning a war on the Capitol, including killing police officers, and they shared the information, but nothing happened. The chief federal prosecutor in Washington stated he is pursuing conspiracy charges. The fact that IEDs were constructed in place informs me that there was pre-planning for portions of the tragic events last week. How does the president incite an attack that was pre-planned and already underway before his speech concluded? Now, I know my colleagues on the left want America to believe that the president incited a spontaneous riot that they'd like to call.
Oh no, this is a smart line of reasoning here.
Ignore them. The truth is, the multiple lawless and
He
violent
couldn't have incited the riot because they were already planning it well before his speech.
burning, looting,
But he'd been inciting it for days before. It's not just the speech.
The gentleman's time has
The
expired.
president said last week,
The
and
gentleman's
Democrats in
time
this
has
very chamber
expired.
did
The
nothing
gentleman
to
from
encourage it.
Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Connolly.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized for 30 seconds.
my friend. The American people are asking, is there
If
any...
you're just joining into the stream,
Is there
2 hours of debate.
Is there
That's
any
what we're
blood
coming
and
to the end
violence
of here
for
within
us
the next like 20 minutes.
to turn hearts and minds in this body?
The vote should take place
Usual
in and around 3 o'clock,
and enabling and false equivalence.
maybe shortly before.
This is a moment of truth, my friends. Are you on the side of chaos and the mob, or on the side of constitutional democracy and our freedom? It's that simple.
Imagine what this would be if the roles were reversed.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman.
I mean, it would never happen because that's just not the kind of voters that Democrats have.
Yes, you may. The gentleman from Ohio has 25 minutes remaining.
And make no mistake about it, they are going to do it again. There is going to be an attack on the inauguration.
31 1/4 remaining.
Unless they are met with the force of the state, which I assume they will be next
The
time.
gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Colorado.
They will continue to be emboldened.
Colorado is recognized for 30 seconds.
But these are just a bunch of yuppies. They don't have any balls.
To defend this chamber.
They aren't like the Black Lives Matter movement or Antifa. They're not going to stand there and get tear gassed. The first time they receive force from the state, it will be over.
Some of my Republican colleagues are afraid of the consequences of an impeachment vote. But this Congress sends our young men and women to war every day. I'm not asking you to storm.
They are not willing to face the consequences of what's going to happen to them.
Every day.
I promise you.
Leadership is hard.
The people in the BLM movement, Antifa, they will take it. They will stand there and take the rubber bullets to the fucking face.
Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Because they believe in their cause.
I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from...
These people don't actually believe in this shit. They've been conned.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And not only has it not cost them anything to this point, it ingratiates them in their social circles.
Of Illinois. They have told...
That's why we see this. It just keeps amplifying. Once they face consequences for it, it will stop.
President, and do it now. I will
You already see them crying,
and vote
getting yanked off planes, and being fired from their jobs.
President, and I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Yeah, we continue to reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady.
Yeah, we're in the rapid fire round now.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. On January 6th, terrorists attacked the United States of America. It was an attempted coup and an insurrection, but what I hope Americans understand is that it was a terrorist attack against our country. Those who came and participated must be found and prosecuted. Those who aided and abetted must be found and prosecuted. And the man
and the Congress people
Donald J. Trump,
who helped this need to be expelled.
Must be impeached, held accountable, and never be allowed to hold office again. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio
Yeah, Madam Speaker, we reserve.
reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Eshu.
The gentlewoman from California.
I'm incredibly excited that we're going to get a Senate trial, and I cannot wait to see what this one looks like.
Generations are not going to know the names
Because it's going to be a different dynamic.
and voting.
There's a lot of people in the Senate
what we
that
did
have aspirations of being president on the Republican side.
president because he
And they're going to try to make a name for themselves.
the capital of the United States, the tabernacle of our democracy. He is incapable.
That's one of the reasons why I expect it to fly through the
And he
Senate.
has proven to be unfit and dangerous.
It wouldn't even have to wait until the two new senators are seated.
Country.
The gentlewoman yields
And
back.
Schumer
The
becomes
gentleman
the
from-
majority leader. That's probably going to happen, though, just because Mitch McConnell doesn't want to have to deal with it. He wants it to be
reserves
Schumer's
his
problem.
time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Espaillat.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, today I cast my vote for the second time to impeach
And honestly, if it wasn't McConnell, they probably would go ahead and rush and seat Warnock and Ossoff,
and hurt many of us.
convict him, and get him the fuck out of office.
He summons a
We probably would see the whole process take place today.
President
But it's McConnell,
assassinate Speaker
and it's still his ball game for a little bit.
office. He summons and dispatched a mob that waved the racist Confederate flag and assaulted this Capitol, resulting in the death of 5
It's like his decision to call them back into session, and once he calls them back into session,
The gentleman's
to
time
hold
has
office.
expired.
We must
The
impeach
gentleman's time
now.
has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves the balance of his time. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Garcia.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
But then, I'm mad about all this. I'm salty because, I like democracy. I want more democracy. I think our government isn't democratic enough.
Attempt to steal the presidency, to reject the will of the people.
Republicans are fucking fascists.
He became the first
They wanted to install a dictator, and if we aren't diligent and if we don't take power in the government, they're going to install a dictator.
Necessitate another. He should be the first
Fucking
president
bootlicking pieces of shit.
from office in the history of our country. I voted to impeach him once,
The
and I'm ready to
gentleman's
do it
time has
again. I yield
expired.
back.
The gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York.
And again and again and again and again and again and again and again.
The gentleman from Ohio continues.
They should have been impeaching him all this year.
Recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to
I don't understand why the Democrats were not constantly
gentlewoman
impeaching
from
him
Texas
and making the
is
Senate have to
recognized
deal
for
with
30
it.
seconds.
They should have impeached him again and stopped Amy Coney Barrett from being confirmed by tying up the Senate with impeachment.
Instead, he has chosen to betray and
I'm tired of them not playing hardball.
The president violated his oath. He abused the power of his office, attempted to betray the will of the American people.
I'm done with right-wingers.
Against this very House. During the last impeachment trial, I reminded all Americans that democracy is a gift.
I constantly get told that I'm responsible for their actions. Because the left is the way it is, we gotta act like this. Well, fuck you. Fuck you. Because you have played such hardball in politics and cheated to maintain your power. I'm coming for you.
2 minutes, is that correct?
2 minutes.
Hardball.
2 minutes to the gentleman from Florida.
We played hardball with Chris Matthews, got his ass fired.
This body and the mainstream media lied to the American people that the Trump campaign colluded and conspired.
This ain't no Tip O'Neill.
After an exhaustive investigation, it was found that there was no evidence that the
What was it, Tip O'Neill and Teddy Kennedy or some shit? What he always used to say?
For lying to the American people repeatedly and sowing division and dissension all across America, and it was all a lie. You have brought one article of impeachment to the floor, and your one allegation alleges, and I quote, Donald John Trump engaged in high crimes and misdemeanors by inciting violence.
This motherfucker wants to talk about lying.
In D.C., it's a crime to, quote, intentionally or recklessly act in such a manner to cause another person to be in reasonable fear and to incite or provoke violence when there's a likelihood that such violence will ensue. There was no language.
This is Marjorie Taylor Greene, I do believe, and I think her mask says censored.
Quote, peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. You may think that he's inciting violence.
They're always the victim. They are always the victim. Republicans always play that victim
You're
card.
entitled to your false and fraudulent opinion that the Trump campaign colluded with Russia. The legal elements of incitement are based on the Supreme Court case Brandenburg v. Ohio. And
He's a liar.
The Supreme Court set the standard for speech that could be prosecuted without violating the First Amendment. Brandenburg's speech called for violence against groups of Americans, and the court found that Brandenburg's comments were not directed to inciting or producing imminent lawlessness.
Impeachment is a political act. It is not a legal act.
And he was calling for violence.
This is not a violation of Trump's speech, if that's the argument you're trying to make. Stubby? Is that how you say that? Stubby?
As you need a high crime or misdemeanor for a basis. You have created a mockery out of the impeachment process, and I urge all my colleagues to stand against it and fight the latest fraud.
I like his suit, though.
Against the
He's
American people
snazzy.
by the radical left.
The gentleman
Nice snazzy dressed. I'd fuck him.
from Ohio wishes to reserve.
Yes.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
He's a total bottom. Look at
I
him.
yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Nevada, Mr. Hursford.
The gentleman from Nevada is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the article of impeachment. Last Wednesday's events were not just a breach of a building, but a breach of our democracy, a threat to our republic and to who we are as Americans. Donald Trump
breach of common decency
against America. And
they smeared shit on the walls of Congress.
We must send a clear message that committing sedition disqualifies a president from serving another day in office. I urge this body to vote.
But now Democrats or Congress are coming up against the Biden administration, who is against all this
The
shit.
gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
But Biden also is good about
The gentleman from
reacting to public pressure.
Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds.
And he can tell that, like,
The gentlelady from Pennsylvania, Ms. Houlihan.
the people are upset.
Pennsylvania is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, last evening an 11-year-old girl joined our telephone town hall. Her question shook me to my core. She was worried about the future of this great nation, and I am too. That is why I must move forward with impeachment of this president. He has endangered this nation. He has betrayed his oath. I do this now for all of us, for our Constitution, and for this republic. I do this to tell the world that this great democracy will stand, and no one is above the law. And I do this for our future generations. I urge us all to unite and to vote yes on impeachment. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from
My eyes look like they're electric red. Fucking bloodshot as
I now
hell.
yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Huffman.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, history is watching and saving the receipts. Today, my colleagues across the aisle must choose which side of a very bright line they want to be recorded on for all time. On one side, lies, sedition, inciting and supporting insurrection, and domestic terrorism. The other side, your oath of office, the Constitution, democracy, decency. There is no middle ground. Today we make history forever. So choose well. A vote to impeach Donald Trump means years from now you can look your grandchildren in the eye and say, I did the right thing.
The gentleman's time has expired. The
Yield
gentleman
back.
from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
We reserve, Madam
The
Speaker.
gentleman continues to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from California, Ms. Jacobs.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, the response to political violence must always be accountability. Without
I'm well-rested. I'm well-rested. I'm well-rested.
conflict settings around
I'm
the
just
world,
like,
and the United
I'm
States
stoned as fuck right now, and my
a
eyes
violent
just,
mob threatened our
it's
lives
cracking
in
me
this
up.
chamber and almost succeeded.
I also think the
Incited by
camera
president who broadcasted
isn't doing me any
lies about
favors
the
with the
outcome of our
color.
election. We must hold this
It's
president
magnifying it.
accountable.
But you
It's
know
the
what? If I
only
look
way
like
to
I'm
protect our democracy.
stupid stoned, let's get a little more stoned, shall we?
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm certain
I still got to make a video about like a floss pick thing
that if they had been
the client hired me to do.
when John Lewis walked
I've been
across that
slacking
Edmund
so
Pettus Bridge and the Civil Rights Act was passed, that they would have stood on the right side of history. Well, Madam Speaker, today we're going to see exactly what side of history you all are going to be on.
But this is, indeed, this is
The
history.
gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh, Jim is the, he's the impeachment manager. He's managing their time.
Madam Speaker, today represents
Nadler is in charge of doling out the Democrats' time,
an
telling
opportunity
you when
to
to
put
speak
America
when.
first, to put her people first. Today is a moment for members of Congress to put aside partisan politicking and place people over power. I urge my colleagues to vote against this divisive impeachment and realize that dividing America will not save this republic. I urge my colleagues to not simply vote for what feels good. Of course it feels good for the Democrats to have
I don't know who's going to go last for them
a few more
if they're
days.
saving up like a,
But
a
I
good
was
10
elected
minutes
to
for
come here
somebody.
and vote for things that actually do good, to bring much needed help to the American people. I am willing to take the first step and extend my hand across the aisle to say, vote against impeachment. Vote in favor of a unified nation, and I will forsake partisanship and work with you, no matter who you are or what party you come from. Madam Speaker, I urge that we all vote to finally put America first. And with that, I yield back.
The gentleman yields
This guy's a
back.
dumb fuck. He has sexual assault allegations against
The
him.
gentleman from New York is recognized.
He believes in like QAnon conspiracy
New
bullshit.
member of the House and a new member of the Judiciary Committee, the gentleman from New York, Mr. Jones.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise in support of the impeachment of Donald J. Trump, the disgraced, defeated President of the United States. There must be
The
consequences.
pedophile, crooked, asshole piece of shit.
Hundreds, if not thousands, of Donald Trumps in today's Republican Party.
Serial rapist,
for higher office, and
money
we must
launderer,
send a message
traitor to
that
the
no one
country.
in the United States of America is above the law. The world is watching, Madam Speaker. I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is
Reserve.
recognized. Gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Michigan, Mr. Kildee.
The gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, 1 week ago, the President of the United States incited a deadly attack on the United States Capitol while a couple of dozen members of this House and I covered ourselves
Kildee.
in that gallery away from the Trump mob. 5 dead.
That's a fun last name,
Capitol
Kildee.
Police. If inciting an insurrection does not warrant impeachment, nothing does. I took an oath to uphold the Constitution against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
We haven't heard from Dan Crenshaw yet. I'm trying to think of like the superstars on the right that they might be holding for the
gentleman from Ohio is
end.
recognized.
Yield one, excuse me, Madam Speaker, I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Wisconsin.
The gentleman from Wisconsin.
God, Jim Jordan's coughing.
I rise today to strongly object to the articles of impeachment proposed against President Trump, which make the preposterous claim that President Trump wanted or expected the riots that took place last week. He clearly said he
Preposterous? In whose mind?
He did say he wanted people to fight like hell or we're not going to have a country anymore, but that's obviously standard hyperbole and was not meant to aim at physical fights. But what is offensive?
Obviously, because it, didn't do that. Oh my God!
There last week, as well as the tens of millions of people they represent. You don't understand why they were here. They're scared to death we're going to go back to the days without Donald.
Because they're stupid. That's why they were there. Because they're absolute fucking morons.
Nobody's going to keep our manufacturing here.
Holy shit!
Cancel culture as we head towards an era when some things can't be said. They're scared to death that a majority party got here by teaming up with Black Lives Matter, a bunch of founded by Marxists, and that dislike the family.
The gentleman's time has
What?
expired.
What?
The gentleman from Ohio.
None of that. None of that was rooted in reality. That motherfucker is stupid.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Garamendi.
I might have liked his tie. I wasn't paying attention. I was too upset. I want to give people compliments when I
I
can.
rise today determined to fulfill our sacred oath to protect and defend the Constitution
I want to
from
be charitable.
all enemies, foreign and domestic. Last week's violent insurrection on the Capitol is a stain on our democracy. A riotous mob, incited by the president,
This guy, nice hair. I like that part.
beat and murdered police officers, planted pipe bombs, and left our nation shocked and in mourning.
You gotta get lucky to have like that cowlick there and be able to do
Refusal
something
accept
cool like that.
responsibilities are an imminent threat to our nation.
I had
vote
two
to
cow
impeach the
licks
president. I urge
that
my
like
colleagues
made my
to
hair like kind of back when I had a hairline there.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
Gentleman from Ohio reserves.
But I haven't had that hairline since high school.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Krishnamurthy.
The gentleman from Illinois is recognized for 30
I would really like to have a hair. I don't care because I just kind of let my hair grow out long, but it's been so fucking long. My dead ends are really noticeable.
It's the beacon of hope for all the
like
world.
around my ears look really weird. I would like to get
when
trimmed
Donald
up.
Trump told rioters to go to the Capitol and quote unquote fight like hell, he incited an attack on the Capitol and the ideals comprising the American dream. I'm voting for impeachment because I know we're still the country my parents believed in, and I will fight like hell for it.
Rep. Krishnamurthy, is that how you say
The
it?
gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the
Mine's
gentleman
down to my ass.
Michigan, Ms. Lawrence.
People will always, they see me and they go, oh my God, your hair is so long.
Madam Chair, on Wednesday the 6th, Democrats and Republicans hid on the floor, put on gas masks, and was ushered out of this room. We in this country cannot begin healing and unity without accountability and justice. The President of the United States
I used to keep it like, shoulder length kind
insurrection
of.
against Congress, you,
But I've just
me,
gotten to,
and the
well, I
Vice
mean,
President of the United
pandemic
States.
and.
This cannot be ignored. Impeach now. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York continues to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I just figure eventually I'm going to fuck somebody that's a beautician.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds.
And I'll have he or
The
she or
gentlewoman
them
from
cut my hair.
California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, on January 6, Donald Trump incited his white nationalist supporters to initiate an attempted coup against the heart of our democracy, the United States Capitol. This heinous act of domestic terrorism demands that Congress remove this president. Donald Trump has been and remains a threat to our
That would be
national
hilarious.
security
I'd love
and
to
our
do it.
democracy,
I'd love to
and
get out there
only
towards
unfit
you.
to serve as president. He and his supporters.
I'm going to get out of here at the end of my lease in September. I just don't know where I'm going to go. If the pandemic's all died down, like.
To remove this clear and present danger to our country, it's time to impeach Donald Trump
The
again.
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves.
I was considering moving before
1 minute to the gentlelady from Georgia.
the last time my lease came up, but like pandemic happened.
Madam Speaker, I am against the impeachment effort by the Democrats.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
600 rallies in the last
It does
4
say
years.
censored on her
None
mask.
of them included assaulting police, destroying
As she
businesses, or burning
speaks
down cities.
on the on the floor of the people's house, she wears a mask that says censored. What an absolute dumb fuck.
47 dead across the United States. Democrats are on record supporting violence when it serves their cause, in their own words, on social media, on interviews, and
I'm
on
here until
fundraising
September.
platforms act blue. Democrats support
And also,
defunding the police when it's someone else.
I've got other things in motion. Plus, I don't like. You say open room.
Everyone's guns,
I have a
just
rather
as
large
long as they
apartment
have
with a
guards
lot of
with
furniture.
guns. Democrats' impeachment of President
This TV is the size of a room.
standard that they should be removed.
I own
for
two
their
couches.
Support of violence against the American people.
Dining room table.
Back.
Queen size
The gentleman
bed.
from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Two different desks, and that motherfucker is a rather large
The
desk.
gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, for 2 months, Donald Trump used the biggest megaphone in the world to organize a campaign of outright lies to overturn a free.
I would like to buy a house, to
January
be
6th,
honest
he
with
summoned
you.
and incited a mob of domestic terrorists to fight like hell and sent them to ransack this Capitol in order to prevent us from formalizing his election loss. It was a grotesque orgy
And I'd
of
like to
deadly
be
white supremacism, anti-Semitism, and strong.
An hour outside of a big
Today,
city.
we will do our duty and vote to remove
Somewhere in the
office
desert
of
in
this
Nevada
horrifying chapter
might be
and
cool for
banish
me.
him from public service. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Can I inquire, Madam Speaker, can I inquire on the time again?
The gentleman from Ohio has 20 minutes remaining.
Do you like living in Vegas?
From New York has 21 3/4 minutes remaining.
We reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman
I feel like I would enjoy that as well, but I don't know that I want to live in Vegas. I want to live kind of, as I said, I want to kind of live in a rural area. I want to have a house out kind of to myself with a yard and shit. But I want to be close enough to drive to major metropolitan areas.
Be remembered by history, by our.
I've never been out there, so I'm not exactly sure of the layout.
The evidence of Trump's insurrection.
Is that a place I should look into?
History calls on us to do what's right rather than just politically expedient.
Awesome. Thank you for the advice, because I'm at the age now, man. Like I want to buy a house somewhere, and like I can go anywhere the fuck I want. I'm not tied. Don't have work for myself, work from home. Have no problem going anywhere.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds.
Absolutely.
Gentlelady
Thank you.
from Virginia, Ms. Luria.
The gentlewoman from Virginia is recognized for 30
Yeah. That's any measure, but I want to be close enough to where I can drive my ass to a major city, see concerts,
and emboldened by President Trump.
dine.
He does not accept the outcome of a free and fair election. His actions are seditious, and the president.
I'm a big fan of food and nice restaurants.
History will look back on this moment to see who stood strong in support of American democracy.
That sounds awesome.
Together, but our nation cannot begin to.
And also things out there, like you say 10 minutes away, because things out there are like, it's easier to get places. I live in a rural area. It's hard to get around. I mean, I'm not in a rural area.
Thank you,
but
Madam
in
Speaker.
a more
I yield
rural
1 minute to
area.
The gentleman from Georgia, Mr. Clyde.
The gentleman from Georgia, is it?
I love it, man. You're speaking my language. That sounds like where I want to go. And I want to be able, driving distance to go to California if I want to.
This course of action will only increase dissent and disunity across
Go
our
spend a
country,
weekend, few
and it flies
days.
in the face of all
If I
efforts
want to go
to
do
heal our
some
nation.
film work.
Quite simply, it is a shameful final act of political retribution. Retribution this president has weathered.
I haven't been paying attention to what's going on
that
this
Those who
shit.
breached the Capitol will have due process and their day in court. However, there will be no investigation in the.
I don't know that I wouldn't want to look and be like you say mountainside. Like I'm from the mountains. That's kind of what I'm used to.
No
I wouldn't
evidence
like.
was presented.
I want to be somewhere away from people.
No cross-examination was conducted. No
But close enough to where I can
process
come and
was afforded,
associate
that sets
and
an
then go back to my
extremely
little hole.
dangerous precedents for the future. If my Democratic colleagues were serious in their efforts to get to the truth, they would convene the House Judiciary Committee and investigate, but they are not. And so I am proud to
We
stand
sure as
before
fuck
you today
are.
to defend our president from the injustices my Democratic colleagues are so giddy to pursue. I oppose this effort to impeach the president and ask all members of the House to do the same. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Georgia, Ms. McBeth.
I'm not against guns.
George is recognized
Depending
for
on
30
where I
seconds.
lived,
Thank
I
you,
might
Madam
want to
Speaker.
own a
I rise
gun.
with a heavy heart for what our nation has endured.
Let's have them out in the
All
mountain. If I'm
incitement,
out, you
attack on
know,
these
out
halls of
there
freedom
towards the
must
desert,
never
I might
forget
want to
that
own a
in
gun.
Every generation, Americans of all colors and creeds have laid down their lives in the
That makes
struggle
you a
against
hypocrite,
tyranny,
sir.
the fight against fascism, and the defense against those who would betray the values upon which this nation was founded. It is our duty to shoulder that defense of our democracy here today. The president's actions have laid bare his contempt for our Constitution.
I'm totally for
He must
hunting.
be removed.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from
I would like to go
Reserves, the gentleman from
hunting,
Ohio.
mainly because I like to cook,
The
and
gentleman from Ohio.
there ain't nothing like fresh food, and the
Reserve.
easiest way to get
The
fresh
gentleman
food
from
is to
New
go
York
and hunt
is
it yourself.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Meeks.
The gentleman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
The armed insurrectionists that stormed the Capitol.
I'm pro-arm the
They were lied
proletariat.
to by Republican senators and Republican congressmen and women. But they were incited to violence by one man above all else, Donald J. Trump, who tried to be the ultimate ruler of our democracy. The world is watching. Our allies are watching, and our adversaries are watching. And we must show them that no one will rule this
Excellent
country
point.
and be above
Man, you
the
keep speaking my language.
of history are rolling. We must act. We must impeach Donald J.
And it's warm, like I'm cold. I am cold as fuck right now. I'm in the South, and I'm cold as fuck. It's.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Utah.
I need to get in a warmer area.
For 1 minute.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last Wednesday, on
I'm sure it does.
I realized that I can make hard and seemingly unpopular decisions. Voting to strip Electoral College votes from states is a dangerous precedent set by Democrats many years ago, perpetuated by
I like arguing with him. I
heard
like
nothing in those
bantering.
debates that justified such a high bar. A rushed impeachment will set a similar precedent without a single hearing.
I just ignore it if it's not
reach the high bar
relevant to
of
what my
impeachment.
train of thought or
To my
whatever.
district, I commit to constantly being objective.
A lot of times he says,
and as I abandon
70s in the day, like it's fucking like 40 degrees right now.
as I listen to this debate,
I'm cold
it's
as
no
fuck.
wonder our nation is
70s in the
divided.
day, yes.
We are on an absolute race to the bottom. And I was hoping
If it was 70 here right now, I'd have my door
hit
open.
rock bottom.
I love it when I'm sitting here streaming. I got
I
my
commit
door
to
open.
doing better.
Oh my God.
And I hope that we all can dig in and find a way.
I can take that.
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio.
And that's actually a benefit come summertime,
Is
right?
recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30
Bet it
seconds.
feels good as fuck at night in the
The
desert
gentlewoman from
during
New
the
York is
summertime.
recognized for 30 seconds.
Oh,
Thank you.
that's sad.
Terrorists attacked our democracy, urged on by a sitting president. These insurrectionists believe Donald Trump.
Nevada needs to adopt some of the
obeyed his call to
initiatives
attack.
like Utah. Utah's like setting a good example for how to deal with
storming the
homeless.
Capitol. Last week's insurrection was shocking and tragic. It was a culmination of
I bet that because of the commerce.
impeach this president. And the Congressional Black Caucus stands ready to join in a bipartisan
The
message to the
gentlewoman's
likes
time
of Donald
has
Trump.
expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman.
You have sold me though.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
I may
Madam Speaker, I
come
now yield
live with
30
you
seconds
in
to the gentlelady
Nevada.
from Wisconsin, Ms. Moore.
The gentlewoman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30
Prostitution too. I'm kinky.
Madam Speaker, the president radicalized American citizens, and as his vice president fled from a lynch mob, the speaker cowered while people died. He watched with glee. That is why.
Well, I mean, as it just driving to it, that's cool with me.
We have the
Make a trip of it.
urgency of now. 7 days is too long for him to be in power. He could declassify state secrets. He could monetize national.
Hell yeah. Also, there's work for me if I wanted to pursue it.
The person.
If I wanted to join the production union.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Arrington.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 1 minute.
Do loadouts for live events
great
and shit.
sorrow to oppose this second attempt at a baseless impeachment from my Democrat colleagues. This week's attack on the U.S. Capitol was.
Well, I mean, something being legal has never stopped me before. I don't think I've ever been in a state where prostitution was legal, but I have patronized sex workers.
Insurrection, and there are no high crimes and misdemeanors requisite of an impeachment. I'm not saying the president didn't exercise poor judgment.
The fuck there isn't.
Political speech by blaming lawless acts on the president's rhetoric is wrong, Madam Speaker, and a very dangerous precedent. The criminals who
Are you telling me that like the police department really is like Reno 911 or some shit?
for their actions. This is an important moment, Madam Speaker.
They're all friends with all the different perps and shit. They don't really take them in unless they do something really stupid.
The votes are certified. President Trump has conceded. Let's focus on the future and get back to the people's business. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. Yes. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Newman.
The gentlewoman from Illinois.
We should be getting close to this shit wrapping up and the vote taking place.
Speak today. So today,
tentatively around 3 o'clock, we will get the vote.
I agree with my Democratic colleagues.
For impeachment.
I also agree with my Republican colleagues. Let's unite. Let's unite to address this pandemic and start by simply wearing a mask.
They'll shoot your ass like pretty much anywhere in the United States. Like, this is America.
In people's pockets. And let's unite to hold these domestic terrorists accountable and impeach this president. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
They train the cops everywhere else to just unload a gigantic clip into chest and reload and unload another clip into somebody's
The
chest.
gentleman from New York has 18 and 1/4 minute.
What's Troll Patrol? We're going to get philosophical here. What is Troll Patrol?
Minutes remaining.
Thank you very much. I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from New Jersey, Mr. Norcross.
That's a good reasoning.
Is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today.
But you gotta, like, most cops are like shit shots, though.
Last week on this very House floor, an attack on
They
democracy.
like hit the target, like less than 20% or some shit like
attack
that.
from within this very floor. Let's be clear. Cause and effect. Rally at the White House, march down Pennsylvania Avenue, a parade in reverse. And then
Well, so it's not like Reno 911. You don't have incompetent cops.
And what I hear is time to heal. He's not even buried yet. It's clear and present danger. No one is above the law. Not the president if he has 4 years.
I'm not gonna look up the stats. I'm just gonna come there and get all up in you guys. Nevada sounds like my kind of place.
I yield back.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is
Thank you, Madam
recognized.
Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentlelady from Indiana, Ms. Sparks.
I'm gonna get all up in Nevada.
Madam Speaker,
That way I can go see Media Winch if I want
a
to.
variety of opinions, but
She
any
can bring her AK over. We'll shoot it.
goes through the proper
Me
due
living out in the desert.
whether it's election fraud or an impeachable offense. And someone who did not support
Unfortunately, we weren't at the Capitol when all the looters were there.
I will not support
Trying to steal pictures. The one dude, he took care of it for us. He tasered himself in the balls trying to steal a picture of Thomas Paine, I think it was. Had a heart attack from tasering himself in the balls. That's the kind of shit we're here for.
delivering real good policies for the American people. I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
That Las Vegas shit, that was wild.
The
Stephen
gentleman from
Paddock,
California is
was that his
recognized for
name?
30 seconds.
A week ago was the culmination of carnage caused to our country by this president. 4 years ago, he said he would stop such devastation. Instead,
was it the guy that was speaking before, Jordan? I wasn't paying attention.
Elections and incitement at the Ellipse and the Battery at our Capitol.
Honestly, I've kind of tuned out the last 13 minutes.
And that includes our work today to hold President Trump.
We've been talking about Nevada.
American carnage started with.
I think I'm going to move there.
A vote for impeachment will stop it for our posterity.
He had it in his pocket.
Back, the gentleman from New York reserves.
That's how he tased himself in the balls.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York.
Oh shit! Had a heart attack. The picture. Oh my God! Do you want me to find the picture? Let me find the picture.
The gentleman from Wisconsin is recognized for 30 seconds.
Let me find the. He looks exactly like you would expect somebody to look who tased himself in the balls.
For over 200 years since the War of 1812. That is until last week, when it wasn't another country that attacked us, but our own.
There you go. This guy tased himself in the balls.
Supporters to march on the Capitol, inciting domestic terrorism that cost 5 lives, including a Capitol police officer. And we all know, whether you say it aloud or not, Donald Trump is responsible for inciting the attacks in our democracy that he should.
Donald Trump is responsible for that guy tasing himself in the balls and giving himself a heart attack.
And we must impeach him.
The gentleman's time's expired. The gentleman.
He was trying to steal a picture. I think it was Thomas Paine. He was trying to steal a picture. He was trying to steal a portrait of somebody.
The gentleman from Texas, Mr. Roy.
The gentleman from Texas is yielded 90 seconds.
I thank the gentleman from Ohio.
Another woman had a my right wingers are more the actual Gadsden flag.
To violate his oath of the Constitution to count the election.
Said, "Don't tread on me," and she got trampled to death.
Rejected by the vice president.
You can't make this shit up.
Among the president's.
It is a hell of a way to go out.
January 6th. That there was a legal path for the president. It was foreseeable.
Right wingers are morons.
So such a false belief that could lead to violence and rioting by loyal supporters whipped into a frenzy. Unfortunately, my Democratic colleagues drafted articles that I believe are flawed and unsupportable. Focusing on the legal terms.
You can get the T-shirt at the freaking shop.
Even noting impeachment does not require meeting a certain legal standard, that danger for
one of my favorite T-shirts to wear out.
The public is high if the House approves the articles as written.
Enrage the right wingers
in
your family.
Amendment, it will be used to suggest
with the right wingers are morons T-shirt.
Review by our colleagues and send us down the perilous path of cleansing political speech in the public square. We must end this.
Drama queen.
Which must be condemned and do so loudly. But let us do it the right
way. I put the mugs up on the shop. Did you see the Christmas present somebody got me? Best cat dad ever.
Let us stop. Let us debate. Let us sit down and lead this.
Best Christmas present ever.
I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Maloney.
The gentlewoman from New York is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker,
oh, I'm sorry.
This vote is not about one man, one party, or even one day.
I'll come up with something to say about citrus when we get into the Biden administration here. I'll get some new catchphrase.
The facts are clear and undisputed.
The right wingers are morons actually comes from the fact that Facebook. That's what when all these Republicans are talking about censorship, they're just violating the terms of service. The algorithm is picking them up and they're getting bans.
He attacked not just the Capitol.
I would know I'm banned more than anybody. None of them ever bitch about me getting kicked off of social media. So the right wingers are morons is a phrase I came up with to be able to insult people without directly insulting them so that Facebook wouldn't ban me.
The gentleman from Ohio wishes.
I've got a few of them. Like, it's a shame Facebook doesn't let me call people dumb fucks anymore.
The distinguished gentleman from North Carolina, Mr. Price.
The gentleman.
There are, but there are dramatically more on the right side.
Has engaged in
like it's not even close. like the two part. Like you can't make an equivalency about the parties.
State officials and members of this body.
One is far more criminal. One is off the rails, fucking fascist. Then you have some Democrats that are bought by corporations, and that's where they're getting their marching orders from. I look Scandinavian. They get their marching orders from these big corporations, so like they seem completely ineffectual pussies. That's why people don't like Democrats.
Our democracy requires.
But the few people that don't take corporate money have spines and will stand up and say what needs to be said are on the Democratic side. Cory Bush is a good example. New congressperson. who spoke just a few minutes ago.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Last summer, the Antifa and BLM riots swept.
Yes. But the people that don't take corporate money are on the Democratic side. The Progressive Caucus, the handful that actually work for the people, are on the Democratic side. The people that during this whole nonsense going on right now that have spoke the truth have been on the Democratic side. Yes, AOC is a very good example. We're going to take this bitch over. And like, okay, I am with you guys. Like, let's break up the two-party system.
But it's about how our Democratic colleagues want to.
AOC, Ilhan Omar, Ariana Presley, Katie Porter. She charges $50 for a T-shirt because it's made in America and it's made with union labor.
And tackle the issues and find solutions.
It's quality.
To them forthwith.
And the people that made, and it's not a T-shirt, it's a sweatshirt. So $50 for a sweatshirt. Go to any. I buy a lot of band merchandise. Fucking Roger Waters' sweatshirt was like $80.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I have defended Tulsi so many times, but she just keeps saying progressively stupider things because she's appealing to a right-wing audience, and it's really starting to really annoy me.
Of the president's notion.
Because I think had things went differently, I think she would have been the Secretary of Defense in a Bernie Sanders administration.
Talk of healing after the criminal acts are completed.
And I would have been totally cool with
criminal
that.
Defense attorney, did I say, Judge? Yeah, my guy completed the armed robbery, but let's heal now. No.
But alas, things didn't wasn't.
There should be accountability now.
I think
and there should be impeachment.
Had Bernie Sanders been the nominee, Elizabeth Warren probably would have been the vice president.
The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Maybe.
The gentleman from Ohio.
Tulsi Gabbard was probably going to be the Secretary of Defense.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from North
I think it makes sense. I think it made total sense. And she was kind of like, I saw that coming.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the article of impeachment. The President's responsibility for the violence and insurrection that occurred last Wednesday cannot go unanswered. The President has had multiple opportunities to modify his behavior to bring this country together. Instead, he uses
I miss going to shows and buying merchandise. Oh my God. I bought a couple of T-shirts this year, especially I bought some T-shirts from local bands and shit.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Virginia, Mr. Good.
The gentleman from Virginia is recognized.
I am tangentially in the events industry.
And against the sham impeachment proceeding would literally.
That's why I said if I come out to Vegas, I'd do loadouts for exactly.
Of a 4-year effort to overturn the will of the people. And the results for the 2016
I miss concerts so much.
This is simply a political action intended to tarnish the legacy of a highly successful president who led us.
Okay, I said my dream job would be like being the Roger Stone of the Democrats, but like my dream job is really making the videos and doing the lighting for bands. That would be my dream job.
Who voted for
do like the videos on the screen behind them and sync the lighting with it and everything. I would love to do that.
However, the Democrat
I have the skills. That's just a job you have to know a band. And they're like, okay, do this for us. Like you just can't apply for that kind of fucking job.
Against this further effort to divide our nation. Thank you. Now yield back.
And yields back. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
I miss spending money at concerts. Oh my God.
Mr. Cuellar.
The gentleman from Texas is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I made myself incredibly sad the other day because I looked at the poster for Bonnaroo because I was going to go to Bonnaroo. And it's just like Run the Jewels, Glass Animals, Tool, Miley Cyrus. That's all the same night.
We don't do this. Then what are we going to stand for? We stand for democracy. We stand for American values, and I stand for
the entire lineup was just outrageous. I don't have it saved.
The gentleman yields back the balance of his time. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio.
See, I don't know if I could do corporate gigs. I've
30 seconds to
done corporate gigs based on the fact that like I was a tech at a Marriott for a little while. And we had a lot of corporate gigs, and I hated it.
States Capitol.
I too urge my colleagues to unite.
But the cool thing about that gig, working at a Marriott, maybe it was a Ramada, it was one of those really high end, and it had a convention center and shit, and I was attacking the convention center.
Without accountability,
The really cool thing about that job, I think it was Marriott. The cool thing about that job was, like, after they served everybody, if they had, and they always had shit going on where they were serving food for a banquet or something, had the best fucking food, and we would get to go and have a plate after we did whatever we were doing for, because while I had events going on, we didn't have anything to do. They I'm talking like steak and lobster, just fucking high-end shit all the time, every night.
Mr. Scott.
The gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 30 seconds.
Thank you, Madam
Dude,
Speaker.
we need to be friends,
Madam Speaker,
sir.
let me make everybody aware that on those just sun-bleached bones of history,
I used to travel early on in my career. I was a photographer that traveled around
are written
in my 20s.
Those pathetic words. Too late. They move too late.
We should be getting towards a vote any minute now.
Let us not this day move too late to save our great nation.
Gentleman's time has expired.
We have to be close to the end of debate.
Wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from South Carolina, Mr. Norman.
The gentleman from South Carolina is recognized for 1 minute.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today for two reasons. One, to voice my strong opposition for the impeachment of this president with 7 days left. Also,
well, fuck you then.
My support for the strong police department. Many of you want to defund. Where was your cries to defund?
God, I hope by the fall we're back to normal. I really fucking do.
On the 6th. Height of hypocrisy.
I'm sorry, Creed Daly.
Members are kindly reminded to remind yourself to address your remarks to the chair. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve.
We do.
I think the fall, it's possible if we get vaccinations on track.
Distinguished gentleman from California, Mr. Sherman.
The gentleman from California is recognized.
We have some sensible policy at the federal level. I think we can get it under control.
Administration begins by building an unnecessary wall on our southern border.
I know.
It ends by making necessary.
Also, the heat seemed to have an effect on it. It seemed to kind of go away towards the summertime.
July of 2017 with one co-sponsor.
That's what I said. It was the fall.
And again in January.
Hopefully we're back to normal or some semblance of it by the fall.
So many of us.
I don't really hold out hope.
Introduced articles of impeachment in the 115th.
I'm done. This is maybe the first time ever, like the first year in my adult life, I didn't go to a concert.
The gentleman from New York wishes to.
I'm not really sure. That might not be. There may have been a year I missed.
Madam Speaker,
but I at least went to one concert, and some years it's like fucking.
Florida is recognized for
1 year I went to like 50.
Madam Speaker, I rise with a very simple question.
That was 2017. It was almost like I saw the pandemic coming.
Broke the law by
I went to like
taking
50
siege of
concerts.
our Capitol here with us inside. Has any one of those individuals who brought violence on this Capitol been brought here to answer whether
the sheer amount of companies that are going to require vaccination are pretty much going to get us to herd immunity, I would assume. What the fuck? Did he call for like a moment of silence or some shit and I missed it? Am I being disrespectful? Is it just the sheer amount of people?
No answer. I will.
Oh, he asked a question. He's waiting on somebody to answer. He's a Republican. I wish I'd listened to what he said. I would have had some smart-ass remark to
This
it.
time, the gentleman from New York is recognized.
But yeah, the sheer amount of people that are going to have to be vaccinated.
Gentleman from Arizona, Mr. Stanton.
Just because they're going to have to do it through their employer or their interaction with the school system. Kids are going to have to be vaccinated in order to go to school.
Against our own government
against
college
betrayal of his oath of office and our
students will be
American values.
vaccinated.
We don't know yet if the president will face criminal charges, but we do know he must be held to account. Each one of us in this house took an
That's
oath
why I hold out hope that the fall will be better.
against all enemies, foreign and domestic, even if that enemy is the president. We must move forward as a nation from these darkest days. But
I'm going to let everybody else go. I don't go outside.
Has expired.
President, I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves, and the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Chair, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentlelady from Michigan, Ms. Stevens.
The gentlewoman from Michigan is recognized for 30 seconds.
I know, but it'll be nice to be able to go to a small club and see, a local band.
5 people were killed, many injured, and everyone in this building forced to hide for their very life.
What kind of events do you do? Do you do concerts?
But he did not answer our call while our government was being taken over.
A mix of a lot of different shit.
To lead, and therefore proved himself incapable of doing so. Some may say impeachment is political. Some may cry it is divisive. But Madam Speaker,
dude, hit me up if you're doing something around October, man. It's a good show. I would love to come out.
Reserves. The gentleman from
wherever
Ohio.
the fuck you're gonna be
Madam
at.
Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from California, Mr. Takano.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today in support of the impeachment of President Donald Trump. The gravity of the moment demands it, and the fate of our republic depends on it. He committed an impeachable offense by inciting a violent insurrection at the U.S. Capitol. For this, Congress...
I am a music snob, so I don't usually go to a lot of festivals because when you go to a festival, you see like an abbreviated set. They don't play their, and I want to hear the deep cuts and shit.
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman
The stuff they actually play for their real fucking fans.
The gentleman from Ohio.
So I tend to go to specific concerts.
Can say, quote,
but like when we're coming back out of COVID, like I'll totally go to a couple festivals, be like, woohoo, yeah!
While there were uprisings happening around the country.
I was going to Bonnaroo this year. It was just such a killer fucking lineup.
Peacefully and patriotically make your voices heard. Democrats can say,
I looked into it, and you gotta be a little more famous than me to do cameos. Maybe one day.
while there is unrest in the streets. But they're going to impeach.
If I did cameos, it would be me ranting at people. That's the only way I would do it. You have to hire me to rant.
All of us need to be consistent.
Tear you new asshole. I'm not going to get on there and be like some people.
The gentlelady from New Mexico.
The gentlewoman from New Mexico.
Sing happy birthday to their cats and shit.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise in opposition to these articles of impeachment. Political violence has no place in our Constitution.
I don't tend to like I like the plugged-in versions better than acoustics. Like I love like a good intimate show. That's cool with me, but I would rather hear the plugged-in versions. But I do love smaller venues.
Or in the streets of America.
If you've ever been to Nashville, the Ryman is my favorite fucking venue.
The will of them.
The Louisville Palace in Louisville, Kentucky. I really enjoy it. The Roxy in Atlanta. Love it. Iron City in Birmingham, Alabama.
2 wrongs do not make a right. We have got to stand for.
Oh man, like I couldn't.
Because we will not.
Like at the Ryman, I've seen Ween. I've seen. I saw Ween do like their country set.
From Ohio.
At the Ryman, that was badass.
From New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to a new member, the distinguished gentleman from New York, Mr. Torres.
Gentleman from New York is recognized.
Isn't that right, Jordan?
The dangerous mob that Donald Trump.
I hadn't even thought about telling off conservative relatives.
Represents a violent assault.
That's the angle right there. You honed it in for me. But you guys gotta share, like, and everything. Get me a little bit bigger so I can do cameos.
Not passion, but reason, not vengeance, but justice. And we, as the people's representatives, must rise to the challenge of defending
the Hunt Ridge.
In the face of
what happened to it? Did it get shut down because of the pandemic?
The gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We reserve.
We've just gone completely off the rails. Oh.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the
Oh, well, it was beyond repair. You couldn't have historical site and fixed it up and.
Madam Speaker, I stand before you today in disbelief. Disbelief that after the president incited a violent mob to
That's
commit an
sad.
act of insurrection,
It's cheaper to build new now
ransacked,
to get shit up to
and
code.
members of this body fled for their lives, that there are still members of his party who refuse to hold him accountable.
But I like that's one of the reasons why I like some capitalism to an extent, but we need to have priorities and shit. I want to save shit like that. It's not all about what's profitable.
The gentleman from New York reserves his time.
Especially when it comes to old venues and shit. Oh my God.
Speaker, we reserve.
The gentleman from Ohio reserves his time. The gentleman
Fix that shit up and hold
Speaker,
indie
I now
band
yield 30
concerts
seconds
there.
to the distinguished gentlelady from New York, Ms. Velasquez.
The gentlewoman from New York.
Please excuse me. I'm gonna have to go get some tea. I have cotton mouth like a motherfucker. I will be back in seconds.
Because in America, we hold power to account. In America, we do not succumb to violent insurrections incited by a head of state. In America, we do not turn a blunt eye to high crimes and misdemeanors. No, that is not who we are. So today, as a sworn defender of this nation's Constitution, I will vote in favor of impeaching Donald J. Trump. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from...
I yielded my time, motherfucker.
Inquire the time remaining for each side.
The gentleman has 10 minutes remaining, and the gentleman for New York has 9 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Oh fuck, they got 10 minutes
Madam
left.
Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from California. Mr.
Each.
The gentleman from California is recognized for 1 minute.
We got another 30, 40
Ladies and
minutes of
gentlemen,
this
welcome to
shit.
the second annual impeachment show extravaganza brought to you by the Center.
No, I just like the name. I know no effects though.
Shutdown in big tech and the Democrat.
I'm not really a punk guy.
Today, the second
I'm
annual
like a progressive rock.
really about actual words spoken out of rally.
I really like electronic pop. That's really what I'm into right now. Man, there's not. I was a rocker when I was younger. Angry, chip on my shoulder.
Core of what he has really fought for.
I really love System of a Down, Tool. Dude, my taste is so eclectic.
Religion should not be persecuted by unfair.
But like now I'm in like weird shit like Bjork and The Knife
for not
and
subscribing and shackling us with the religion of
like not like poppy 90s Bjork like.
You hate him for Israel.
See, I've got some Little Peep, some Marshmallow, and
small businesses keep what they earn for trying to keep the agents of government off their back. You hate them for putting America first.
Some Kevin Gates out there is pretty cool.
We swear the oath. No, this shabby show isn't about a threat to our
I can't get into Drake. I don't understand him. I love The Weeknd.
Half of the American people. This is shameful and abuse of a process.
Gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New
Fuck
York.
yeah, he is.
20 seconds.
There's some excellent rap out there. Kid Cudi.
I pray people of all
I
stripes.
used to love some fucking Lil Wayne, but I think he fried his brain. Last time I heard him on a song, I'm like, is that Wheezy? What? What?
The gentleman yields back his time. The gentleman from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentlelady from Florida, Ms. Wasserman Schultz.
The gentleman from Florida.
Fuck you, Debbie Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to support the impeachment of President Donald J. Trump for seditious acts against America.
Once again, I'm still salty over the primaries. Yes, the 2016 primaries.
On Congress, a treasonous betrayal of our nation. This criminal incitement left us with 5 dead, including a police officer, a desecration.
If you really want to know like what I've been like into, like I've been into gunship, Queen Herbie. She used to be Carmen, like this pop act. Like she got famous for rapping a Lil Wayne song like on YouTube.
The gentlewoman yields back.
Busta Rhymes.
From New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio.
Thank you, Madam
is
Speaker.
recognized.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker.
She changed. She's got this whole new persona.
90
Like I'm
seconds
fucking like
to
I
the
wore
gentleman
that
from
shit
Tennessee,
out.
Ms. Hirschberger.
The gentlewoman from Tennessee has yielded 90 seconds.
I was all up on Megan Thee Stallion
I urge
before
my
she
colleagues
really
to
broke
vote
big.
against impeachment of our sitting president, Donald J. Trump. You can tell the American people that this is a vote to impeach upon the grounds of.
There's a woman rapper called Rico Nasty. I really like her.
They see a standard implied to those on the left who commit violence, and they see a standard to those applied to the right who commit violence. The American people see this, and they understand it. I've been here all of 1 week, and what I see instead of lawmakers who are truth seekers, I see lawmakers who are power seekers.
But then, like, when you go through the shit that I've seen in concert, man, it's just like, it's so weird. Like, I've seen Lady Gaga, I've seen Roger Waters.
See how their elected officials respond at this moment in history.
Kesha.
Will you vote to mend, or will you vote to further divide this country? I'm urging you to use
Indeed,
this
fuck.
opportunity to be the leaders the American people are
Harshberger.
seeking for
Hashberger.
such a time as this. God help
That
us,
show was excellent.
and I pray that God will keep his
Oh my
hand
God,
great
Lady Gaga was.
has ever seen.
Roger Waters is the most expensive concert I've ever seen. Lady
Gentleman
Gaga
yields
was the
back.
second most
Gentleman
expensive
from
concert I've ever
Ohio
been to.
wishes to reserve his time.
We do,
The
Madam.
gentleman.
Both were absolutely worth it.
Madam Speaker, how much time?
I spent way too much money to sit way too far up,
Has 9 and
but both were worth it.
And
Kesha, everybody at Kesha had like glitter beards, and I didn't know glitter beards were a thing until I got. I saw Kesha at the Ryman. That was, and she's from Nashville, so like it was really emotional for her. It's just like she's on the stage, like crying, like, "Oh my God, this is my home show." She put on a fantastic show. She is great.
Any president, any member of Congress who obstructs the electoral
And just seeing the show at the Ryman is great.
where there's no evidence to support their contentions.
Kevin Smith was at the Ryman,
Confidence in the
and
judicial
like
How do my Republican
apparently like his dad was a huge country music fan, and when he was really little, like they took like a family trip to the Ryman and did the whole tour and everything. So Kevin Smith
the gentleman's time
at the Ryman's like bawling on stage about how special it is for him to be up there.
recognized.
I thought that was cool as fuck. We got an extra hour just him talking about the Ryman that whole trip
Speaker, I yield 30 seconds to the single
before he did
gentleman
like, you know, his set.
The gentlewoman from California is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I take no joy in voting to impeach President Trump.
And that was one of the things that kind of disappointed me about Kevin Smith was I just thought he was up there bullshitting the whole time, but he's got like material. But I guess like after you've been doing it this long, doing it so much, like going to different places, like you would have to do material.
The Constitution of the United States against all enemies.
It did just start off with him just bullshitting.
Members of Congress who have taken that same pledge.
I love it, man. It was a great show.
Take this action and impeach this unfit and dangerous president. I yield back.
Gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Rodney Carrington is at the comedy club in my city right now. My city, which is like one of the highest rates of COVID.
Gentleman from California, Mr.
California is recognized for 30 seconds.
I love Rodney Carrington and would totally go watch his country ass if there wasn't a pandemic going
We
on.
must recognize that our hard work
Yeah, Kevin Smith does look crazy now.
and despair and left behind communities. To be
He's definitely not Fat Man.
we hold sacred, to fix our broken windows and broken communities. Let's finally commit to investing trillions in creating good jobs in healthcare, in education, and infrastructure for communities.
I saw Modest Mouse at the Ryman. That was a fantastic show. And I'm almost sure that Brock Isaac was tripping on acid when he was performing. Because he's talking about like spiders going up the walls and shit. He was talking about how like he thought there was a mirror under the balcony and stuff. He was saying crazy ass shit on stage. But it was amazing. Fantastic show.
Ms. Sewell is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, I rise today.
They haven't dropped a new album since like 2014, but they've been dropping a couple of singles. I think they got one getting ready to come out.
The People's House, right up there.
They're more of a live band. They're more of like a touring band.
Others to be
And they are fan fucking. I've seen them multiple times. They are fan fucking tastic.
It led to the
And they're one of those bands like you don't know what they because like most bands you can look up and see what their set list is because they do the same show every city. Nope, not with them. You don't. He's tripping on acid and he's doing whatever the fuck he wants to play.
And everyone must be accountable. Who is
I need to listen to the new Deftones album.
The gentleman from
I'm
New
glad
York
you
was
brought that up.
reserved.
I was trying to think of all the new albums that have come out
The
this
gentleman
year.
from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I would yield 1 minute to the gentleman from Alabama, Mr.
But I would rather go see those bands that are like that that are just like playing it off the cuff and might be bad one night and are usually pretty good. Outdoors and indoors is a lot of difference. And seeing it at a festival. Another thing like I don't like about festivals is you've got a sound tech that's not their sound tech. You've got a setup that's kind of shared, and it's not like fine-tuned
for what reason?
For the specific band.
There have been no hearings. There have been no committees.
Whereas if you see them in a club, it's their people, it's their setup. And also, you'll see a band like as an opening band. They might not sound as good as what they actually are, just because, they're kind of rushed.
I asked my friends across.
They got to go plug up, get in, get out.
Healing.
Let the main
How do we come together as a
band
nation?
get their shit in.
Since 2016, there has been hashtags going around in our nation that said not our.
So I try to be forgiving with people I see live. Oh man, I miss live concerts so much.
To have supporters of this president.
I saw Guns N' Roses. Guns N' Roses was fantastic.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And from Ohio wishes to reserve. The gentleman from New York is.
I've seen the Melvins. The Melvins may have been one of the best concerts I've ever been to.
Distinguished gentlelady from Illinois, Ms. Schakowsky.
The gentlewoman from Illinois is recognized for 30 seconds.
Hands down. Probably the cheapest concert I've been to. Like, I think I paid like $9 for that show in a little small-ass club. Saw the Melvins, and holy fuck, were they amazing.
The temple of our democracy.
Such an underrated band.
I have now taken the oath of office, the same oath
I believe that, just because Sum 41 sucks.
that all of us here have taken. And he has
apparently they treat him really bad. The Filipino dude in Journey, like the others kind of like treat him like a whipping boy or something.
time and history demands.
Dude, Beastie Boys for $2? Holy shit.
Wishes to reserve. The gentleman.
Beastie Boys are one of those things that like, oh my god, I would have, oh my fuck.
Madam Speaker, I yield 30 seconds.
I would have given a testicle to see the Beastie Boys. It's one of those bands that like, if I ever get the chance, I'll go see them. Nope, never gonna get the chance now.
Soul, consider your oath. And I add 4 more words.
I love Foreigner too. I love Journey, I love Foreigner.
My friends,
I love everything. Like seriously, I can talk about anybody, any kind of music with anybody, even country people, just because I worked at country stations for so long. I'm not up on like country in the last 10 or so years.
consign him to the heap of reviled demagogues.
But I know country music enough to talk to people about
Where
it.
he goes in history, you go in history. Unless today you make a stand.
Yeah, we just all completely tuned out of this shit. None of them are saying anything
I'd like to
important.
remind members to please direct their remarks to the chair.
Were they taping something? Was MTV
Thank you.
taping something?
The gentleman reserves. The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the distinguished gentleman from Hawaii, Mr. Cowan.
The gentleman from Hawaii is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, as a member of our armed forces, now a member of Congress, I have taken and given the oath of office many times. I will support and defend the Constitution against all enemies,
okay, I feel
foreign
you.
and domestic. On January 6th, the president violated
Do you want to know what my first concert was?
and deadly insurrection. Our
This
sacred
came up.
oath
This came up on a thread the other day. Somebody was asking about first concerts, and I told my first concert, and it flipped them the fuck out.
I urge my colleagues.
My first concert was Marty Stewart when I was 10 years old.
And I yield back.
At a fucking theme park, and I've like, my mother has video of Marty Stewart singing "Happy Birthday" to me.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
He was, and like it sounds insignificant, but at the time he was my absolute favorite fucking artist. I used to listen to him non-fucking stop. Boston at 13. That's cool as shit. Your mom is cool as shit. That doesn't surprise me.
The action we take today, this impeachment, is a declaration to the world that when there is an attack on our democracy, whether it comes from without or whether, tragically, in this instance, it comes from within,
George Thorogood. Interesting.
We will do what's necessary to strengthen our democracy. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. The gentleman from New York.
I'm actually amazed I haven't seen George Thorogood at like some festival in Alabama or Tennessee or something. Just by happenstance. Is he even still alive?
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Oh shit, that's awesome.
And angered. But what we all had.
Was it your favorite song because of the concert, or did they take you because it was your favorite song?
Investigation and prosecution to the fullest extent of the law. Every single person who participated in the violence and loss of life in this Capitol building last week.
Oh, that's cool. That's awesome.
I, as a member, sit here listening to the entire debate. Desperately need to better understand the two standards that
I bet you're a cool looking little dude too. Did you see any titties that day?
Okay.
I bet there were.
Democrat calls for violence in the streets, but not if you're a Republican.
I bet he is a dick.
Democrat,
I would not doubt that one bit.
in a chairmanship if they're calling for physical confrontation of a Trump administration official, but they
That's all you sounds like. You got a cool dad then.
The double standards that we have seen time and time again. We all
Okay, do you guys know Bad Company?
The rules are of this house. Why is it
Uh,
that a committee chairman can
one of the radio stations I worked for sponsored Brian Howe, not Paul Rogers, not the good lead singer of Bad Company, the one they replaced Paul Rogers with.
Republicans can and wouldn't.
And I had to go pick him up from the airport, and he dropped his he was a BlackBerry at the time, and he dropped his BlackBerry in a puddle, and it wasn't working.
Because the House Democrats are here.
And I gave him a ride from the airport. I got his BlackBerry fixed for him, and I hooked him up with some ass. I had a friend who was like an old hippie woman that sold pills and shit. I called her up, found out she had a friend that was like, a groupie. I got the dude laid. So I take my girlfriend to the concert, the Brian Howe concert that night that my radio station sponsored. Got the dude laid, got his BlackBerry fixed. I took it to my friend that worked at a phone store.
During the president's speech. We know that this was
No. I go up to him, he's piss ass drunk before the show. Doesn't even remember who I am. Complete fucking dick to me.
My colleagues' remarks. To complete the record, if you want to make the president the first president to be impeached twice, well, we'll add something else to that.
Complete dickwad.
The president for his efforts.
Fuck, I'd love to see Snoop Dogg.
In my district, or to withdraw from the request 30 more seconds.
Fired. The gentleman yields an additional 30 seconds to your
Ah, that's awesome. I bet there were just blunts just all over the place. I love that Snoop Dogg show.
In Israel to Jerusalem and recognize Israeli sovereignty over the Golan Heights and to take out.
There was at my college they had
eliminate the ISIS caliphate.
Waka Flocka Flame, and apparently they kicked him out and banned him from the. I wanted to go to Waka Flocka Flame, but my girlfriend at the time was a complete fucking music snob. One of those people like listen to Radiohead. No, I'm fucking stop. Not that I fucking love Radiohead. I've seen Radiohead in concert, but like she was like, no, I don't want to go see Waka Flocka Flame. So I didn't go see the free fucking concert. Apparently they were just passing blunts all over the place, all like Flocka's people, and just smoking weed, and they banned them from the college, like for life.
Distinguished gentleman from Illinois, Mr. Caston.
What happens
if
Power 106 guys, I've seen YouTube footage of those.
Lincoln second
Oh shit, Snoop, Bone Thugs, Coolio, that's a hell of a lineup.
On December 7th, on September 11th, we came together against an enemy.
West Side.
On January 6th, we were attacked by an enemy from within. The president who would make war with malice for all and charity for none. We must come together in unity today against that domestic.
Seriously, get up with me, dude.
The alternative is to
I'm coming out to see you.
We must impeach bipartisanly, unanimously, if you have the soul.
The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
You need to hook up with me if you need any kind of video work. I do motion graphics. I do 2D animation. I dabble in some 3D animation.
The gentlewoman from Texas is recognized.
I can do radio ads.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today in support of the article of impeachment and in opposition.
I've got to get the fuck out of here.
As debate in this
I mean, don't get me wrong. I like where I'm at. I'm triangulated to where I
when the president assembles
I can go to all kinds of different fun places.
the United States Capitol and the United States Congress.
To be less than 3 hours from three pretty huge metropolitan cities.
Insurrection against our representative democracy itself.
One huge metropolitan, 2 huge metropolitan cities, and 1 very decent sized city.
Speaker, I yield back.
The gentlewoman yields back. The gentleman from...
Oh yeah, man, that's what I said. You can come see Rodney Carrington with me this weekend if you wanted to, but I don't really want to catch the COVID.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Not even worth
30
it.
seconds, distinguished gentlelady from Michigan.
And none of the good people are out actually performing shows.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
There are some people doing shows responsibly, and I wish, God, man, you're a promoter. I wish there was more, do like drive-in shows, and then, because people like me, I'll drop $5 to watch a stream. I'll drop $10 to watch a stream.
Stoked the fire and then handed the gasoline to
Do a drive-in show, limited audience. Don't let anybody get out of their fucking cars and roll their windows down.
Absence of tension.
Broadcast it on whatever, however you can do a pay service.
And we must understand that peace must be centered in truth.
Oh yeah, that sounds cool.
We cannot sit, Madam Chair, sit idly by after a violent attempted coup and allow
Rashida to live.
Continue. Today we stand up for our constituents.
That's my lady right there.
To be harmed by the
New York wishes to reserve the gentlewoman. Time has expired.
Donald Trump.
The gentlewoman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York wishes to reserve. And the gentleman from New York
I'm
has
sad I spoke over her. She does it for
from
me.
Ohio has 4. And the gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I yield 1 minute to the gentleman from North Dakota, Mr.
San Francisco is a hellhole where they shit in the streets and have needles everywhere, according to right-wing idiots.
Is an absolute tragedy.
I've heard it's a beautiful city and that I would absolutely love it there.
Now, we were part of it then. But when emotions are frayed,
I assume I would.
Are this high, process matters more. It matters more now.
Multiple people have told me I need to go to Portland, that's my home.
There are serious...
I was at a pizza place in Atlanta, and the waitress comes up to me and just looks alone, doesn't talk to me or anything. He's like, oh my God, if you've been to Portland, you would love it there.
But I'll end with this. I'm going to vote against impeachment. And that's going to give me...
Let's just say keep outsiders away, yeah.
You're going to vote for impeachment. And that's going to give you credibility at home with your base. It's easy to point at me and blame me. It's easy for me to point at you and blame
I don't like cold.
On January 21st, we're all going to be back.
So I definitely want to be in the southern part of the United States.
Go back and talk some hard truths to your people.
Because, I mean, I would have moved to...
And with that, I yield back.
Like a Scandinavian country years ago. If I could stand it.
Reserves. Excuse me, the gentleman.
That's what I said. Like, I keep moving south. This is the furthest south I've lived, and obviously it's not far enough south for me because I'm still fucking cold. My feet are blocks of ice right now, and I don't like it.
The president has repeatedly lied to the American people about his.
And when I'm not streaming, I usually walk around here in like minimal clothes, and I like it that way. I want it to feel like tropical in here.
His dangerous efforts to derail the peaceful transition of power were a violation of his oath of office. This president is unfit to lead our nation.
It's going to get pretty bad just any place that you have a population center of
my
people.
Republican colleagues to speak the truth.
Anytime you've got a group of people, you're going to see
President Trump accountable
the worst.
By voting to impeach. I yield.
New York reserves.
And once again, as I said, like I want a Hunter Thompson and be out on my own somewhere. I want a yard.
Madam Speaker, I yield.
I want puppies. I love dogs, but like I
the gentleman from Indiana.
I couldn't have a dog interacting with my cats in this small of an environment.
Indiana, and they told me how they are praying for unity and justice in our nation.
It reminded me of the moment when those of us who were on the House floor on January 6th were huddled together in a secure room.
Alex sold me on moving to Nevada.
Kibblin led us all in prayer. Let us remember that moment. Let us rekindle that prayer.
But that was already in consideration for me.
To preserve our democracy and justice. I support the article of impeachment so that we can move forward to do the work that our constituents sent us here to do.
I wouldn't rule out Arizona.
Has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from New York has 2 3/4 minutes remaining. The gentleman from Ohio has 3. The gentleman from
Henderson, Nevada.
Madam Speaker, we reserve.
Jail or inmates or something was like the first return.
Madam Speaker, I now yield 30 seconds to the gentleman from Massachusetts, Mr.
Ooh, that does look pretty.
The gentleman from
Holy
Massachusetts
shit.
is recognized for 30 seconds.
Madam Speaker, there are more troops right now in Washington, D.C. than in Afghanistan. And they are here to defend us against...
Once again, I want to be on the outside of an area. I want to be up on a mountain away
I'd
from
ask my
people.
colleagues to look at the faces of those young Americans defending democracy, defending us, and find an ounce
That's a beautiful fucking photo.
to do the right thing, as several Republicans
That's a
have.
nice area, dude.
Tough vote
I envy you.
for the future of democracy.
I mean, I don't have it bad because you can't see like the fucking. I live up on the mountain above the city that I live near. I'm overlooking the city. Beautiful
Madam
view.
Speaker, we reserve.
My backyard is a national forest.
From New York is recognized.
I bet the sunsets
Madam
are
Speaker, I yield 30
gorgeous.
seconds to the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Vesey.
I haven't spent enough time out west.
30 seconds.
I've been to California. I've been to Hawaii.
If we were
Been
on
to
the
California a
eve
couple
of
different times.
Republican president being sworn in, and his Democratic predecessor had said the same thing that this president said, and incited his followers, his mob, to descend up on the Capitol, we will be joining them, not making comparisons, because guess what? I don't care about no base.
It is beautiful.
I care about this democracy and this country. And what happened the other day should never happen again. And we need to stand
over
up
towards
and say
Vegas.
and do the right
The
thing.
gentleman's time has expired. The gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
Madam Speaker, the Republican whip is prepared to close for us whenever that is appropriate, so we'll reserve until that's done.
Phoenix seems like a city I could enjoy.
The gentleman reserves.
Also, like, once we get back to live events, I would like to get back to doing stand-up.
The gentleman.
I very much miss performing in front of a live crowd. Oh.
I was on that floor just 1 week ago, and so today the insurrectionist in chief will be impeached for insurrection. It is because he failed to defend this nation against all enemies, domestic and foreign, and he stood
Damn right he
near
did.
the White House and told a mob of domestic terrorists to go and show your strength, be strong. You can't gain anything because of weakness.
I miss doing comedy
He
shows.
can heal this nation, but he must be impeached today. We must impeach Donald J. Trump as an
Gentleman's time has
insurrectionist.
expired. The
Ooh.
gentleman from New York reserves. The gentleman from Ohio is recognized.
I have seen the videos of them frying
The gentleman
bacon.
from Ohio continues to reserve. The gentleman.
It might have been like the people weren't outside that much this year because of the pandemic, so we didn't see the videos of eggs frying on the sidewalk and shit.
Speaker. Madam Speaker.
Yes.
I yield
the
3
gentleman
minutes.
from
But also, like,
you,
so
Madam
the
Speaker.
difference between the heat, like where I'm at here in the Gulf, man, like the heat is oppressive.
Thank
It's
you, Madam
so
Speaker, and thank you,
wet.
from Ohio for
The
yielding.
humidity,
Madam
like
Speaker,
it's like
our nation
breathing
still
in
mourns
soup.
The unacceptable violence and anarchy.
You get in your car in the summertime,
Capitol last
and like
week.
you have to hang your head out the
we
window
speak,
until you get
arrests
the
are
air
still being made,
circulating.
and the
Muggy.
Our capital are being brought to justice.
Just walk outside, just instantly sweat. Your
Emotions
hair
are
just
still
poofs up. It's
But in this
insane.
moment, we need to be focused on toning
Wheels
down
will
the
melt.
rhetoric
God damn.
and helping heal this nation as we move towards a peaceful transition of power to President-elect Joe Biden.
This is going to be interesting. Is Steve Scalise going to vote for
My
impeachment?
prayers, Madam Speaker, still with Capitol Police Officer Sieknick and Liebengood.
because he was the one that was shot during the congressional baseball game or congressional baseball practice a couple of years ago by a Bernie Sanders supporter.
And they deserve all our applause today.
So he's actually had some harsh words about the Capitol insurrection. And that's why they're making such a big deal about it. I really enjoyed Hawaii. Like, it was like 76, 77 maybe, the entire time I was there, just constant.
It needs to stop.
77 and breezy, 78 and breezy.
Unequivocal in calling it out every single time we see it, not just when it comes from the other side of the aisle. I oppose this rushed impeachment.
Ooh, yeah.
Without a single hearing.
I haven't been to San Jose, but I've been to San Diego, and it was like that, like the breeze off the bay.
President Trump is out of office. So let's keep that in mind. It will only serve to further divide a nation that is calling out for healing. Madam Speaker, many speakers today have invoked one of our nation's greatest leaders, President Abraham Lincoln. Maybe we should follow some of Lincoln's wisdom that he's imparted upon us in moments like this.
I hate the fact that I've been to L.A., but I haven't really been to L.A. because, like, I've just been to LAX.
1865. Lincoln issued us a challenge. This is what he said.
That makes me sad. I don't want to go, though. I want to experience it. I've never been to make my own decision. I'd probably enjoy a lot of shit in L.A.
Gives us to see the right. Let us strive on to finish the work we are in, to bind up the nation's wounds, to care for him who shall have borne the battle and for his widow.
I've never been to NYC. I really want to go.
Which may achieve and cherish a just and lasting peace among ourselves.
I want to go for a couple weeks, check it out.
Madam Speaker, in times like
once again, like I would have considered moving to NYC, but cold. I don't like cold.
Seek the higher ground. May God bless this great United States of America. I yield back.
The gentleman from New York is recognized.
Madam Speaker, we can have all this, but we have accountability too. I now yield our remaining time, 1 minute, to the distinguished Majority Leader of the House, Mr. Hoyer.
The Majority Leader.
I am pretty unique.
I thank the Chairman for yielding. This is a troubled time. A sad time.
I used to get into some mischief in my younger days.
It's a time where all of us have stood almost to a person and lamented the violence.
No fan of Steny Hoyer.
On this Capitol and the assault on democracy itself.
Well, you kind of don't have to if you're there because, like, shit comes to you.
It was right to do that.
I like to travel, though, and I want to get the fuck out of the U.S. for a little while.
Perspective of what the Republican chair of the Republican conference.
I would move, but that would be me, like, exercising my privilege at a time.
She said the President of the United States summoned
that
the mob.
Wouldn't be helpful to the cause of democracy.
And lit the flame.
Nevada would be a good state for me to move to because it's a purple state.
She said, a greater betrayal by a president of the United States of this office, of his office.
Especially to live in a more rural area to try to help counterbalance all the red out in our country.
We are here today. That is why we are here today, just a week before that president, at the request of the American people, will leave office.
All right, seriously, we have to be getting close to the end here.
The issue
just a couple minutes each.
What do we do? The 433 of us, I believe, who are here, do on behalf of the American people to
That's true, and it's also said, but like where I'm from,
to what
most of the people in East Tennessee, man, they've never been outside East Tennessee.
described happened.
Where I'm originally from, my actual home, my birth town, Pikeville, Kentucky. People in Pikeville, Kentucky have not been outside of Pikeville, Kentucky. Like 40-50% of the population might not have ever been outside of the surrounding area of Pikeville, Kentucky. It is crazy. It's crazy to me.
To stop the steal. As we sat here, exercising.
Some people, man, some people just want to settle down and poop out kids and do their multi-level marketing scheme, like
the Constitution of the United
up the head of the holler. They have no higher aspirations in life, and they want to vote for Trump.
Not to do so. That mob sent by the president to stop the steal did so for a few hours. Not the steal, but the constitutional duty that we had.
That's another, like, I call it treasonous. Some dude was like, you hate the Constitution. Like, what are you talking about? They were trying to stop a constitutional procedure. Are you a fucking moron? I mean, the answer is
In light
yes.
of only the Civil War has an analogy. That doesn't mean there haven't been demonstrations in Washington before and demonstrations throughout this country before. But it is the first
There is a...
physical presence other than...
There are compounding problems. Social media is indeed a problem.
Which came from abroad and had a plane aimed at our Capitol dome.
I don't pretend to know anything about the mindset of the hood folk. I know a lot about the rednecks.
It was, as Liz Cheney said,
it's money, man. It's the influence of money. We have to get money out of politics.
And inflamed.
They know why they vote red, because Democrats are baby killers, and I'm a libtard, and
of America.
Convinced that there's going to be a socialist takeover and we're all going to be like Venezuela, and
There has never been a greater betrayal by
they're going to have to kill their family dog in order to eat one night.
oath to the Constitution.
You're exactly right. The echo chambers, and that's what I said. Like one of the things about the cult of Trump is it's all amplified. It's not as bad. It's not as bad on the left or the Democratic side. I mean, like, Democrats encompass a whole further spectrum of people. There are right wingers on the Democratic side.
This was the greatest
but like
of the duty of the President of the United States.
MSNBC is biased in story selection. They're biased in some of their framing. But ultimately, they're not going to straight up lie to you.
Madam Speaker, for 4
Like
years.
Fox, you can't trust it to even tell you but a kernel of the truth. Like they did the study, 10 years ago, the people that watch Fox News were less informed than people that watch comedy shows like fucking Jon Stewart.
Your president, our president.
They were less informed than people that watched nothing at all. So that tells you that Fox is
allowed a little constraint on his worst inclination.
being very disingenuous.
His desire for autocracy and his glorification of violence have not been tempered.
And beyond, and that was 10 years ago, and beyond Fox News, we've seen this whole thing in social media. Like, okay, Twitter and Facebook took a hit, and I've had a lot of right-wing friends sharing that out, going like, oh my God, you know, this is what happens to you when you diss President Trump. No. The reason they took a hit was because they purged a lot of their paid content. There's a lot of QAnon fucks and a lot of nefarious outside agencies peddling disinformation, buying ads, running this grift. Q-LARP is LARP.
Any longer the kind of man
Those are the dumbest fucks walking the planet.
and capabilities. The curtain has been pulled back.
And they are certain that I'm going to see next week. They've told me. They've told me. I'll find out. We'll see who's laughing on January 20th, they said.
Down to us not
And I mean, like, this is yesterday. They're still on about this shit.
The gentleman's correct. The House will be in order.
There are Trump supporters that aren't QAnons. But even the ones that aren't QAnons are unwittingly like laundering QAnon fucking because they hear it from their other friends who are deep into the QAnon.
Has observed those norms out of a recognition that our
So that's how you get people that like have no idea what QAnon is, but they'll tell you that, you know, Hunter Biden was caught with pictures where he's naked with his niece.
Tested and strained good and virtuous citizens on both sides of the aisle found common purpose.
That picture is not verified. It doesn't look like. Every picture I've seen is blurry and grainy and shit, which tells me, like, you know,
it must be
manipulation. The FBI has had their hands on this laptop for well over a year.
Franklin was asked whether
Not this laptop,
a monarchy,
but have had their hands on
probably all of us know this response.
information on Hunter Biden for well over a year.
He answered, if you can keep it. That's the question today.
People, but you get in this, the cog dis. People want to believe what they want to believe.
Say no.
To research it might invalidate their beliefs. And one of the things that the right-wingers have been so good about, when I talk about messaging, is that they have wedded their personality
People have understood that
to the Republican Party. Like the whole guns and religion. Like, so to attack Republican policy is to attack that person's like actual personality. That's why they take it as a personal attack. That's why they're incredibly hostile to you.
every day have shown he is not committed to that project. Indeed, he openly disdains.
But there's a difference in this herd mentality, because there's some people that are like just too busy to pay attention, don't even fucking care about what's going on, are into something completely different, and I get that.
Of 750,000 of our fellow citizens. We in this Congress.
Yeah, that's true. But also, like, when you're at an event, people are overwhelmed. They're in a lot of times it's like, I've been to 1 million fucking venues in my life, and I know kind of how venues are laid out. So like, I walk around all of them as if I, know my way around. But a lot of people that attend shows, I mean, I don't know what the average is. Like, people only attend like 1 or 2 shows in their lifetime. So a lot of people are in a venue, and it's overwhelming. And if you've not been in venues a lot of times with like the numbering or the lettering, so they do that over the different areas, you would be overwhelmed and not know what the fuck to do, and you would just kind of follow the crowd and everything. So that's not really a good example with your trash can. But I understand what you're talking about. But in that instance, people are just like, and following, like,
Cesar Chavez, Martin Luther King,
following around, trying to get where they're going.
Our beloved John.
Because it's very overwhelming being in a venue with 10,000, 15,000 people.
Ginsburg, who taught us a lot about equality and inclusion.
Ooh, that
It's up
sounds
to us
fun.
to restore the vibrancy, Madam Speaker, of our democracy by reaffirming
Like this year,
to the norms they passed on to us.
want to see an impressive event.
But to make that possible, Madam Speaker, we must rise to this moment.
I thought you said you went to it.
And not only affirm the virtues we cherish, but reject
I would assume.
vices we abhor.
I love when Bonnaroo fucking announced they were going to try to hold it in September. Like when we got to fucking May or something.
We all stood and we abhorred
Largest show I've attended crowd-wise.
that occurred. And the threat to the very democracy that we hold so
Yeah, Alex, you answer it too. What was the largest show you've been to?
protect and uphold.
Mine probably was Lady Gaga. It was in the
Reject deceit.
Phillips Arena.
Reject fear-mongering. Reject
Probably.
sedition.
Oh no. The biggest crowd wise would be like a fucking
to one man over
like I've been to Bristol. Like 190,000, 200,000. Like Bristol when Bristol was like cool and everybody went. Like, it's easy to go to Bristol
We'll be the
now.
first to show our courage by standing.
There
up.
was like 200,000 people there.
The question we must ask: who will be the last?
One time when I went to Bristol, I saw Hank Williams Jr.
Senator McConnell.
That's like the third time I've seen Hank Williams Jr. live.
A number of other representatives who have spoken on this floor with great courage. Madam Speaker.
God damn, is this not over yet?
Because there is much fear of Donald Trump. There's much fear of Donald Trump's tweets. There's much fear of Donald Trump's.
We're still going to be on when I do my like normal show. Fuck.
In my view, Donald Trump demands absolute loyalty.
Steny Hoyer might be that might be their last one.
I hope others will join Liz Cheney.
How many was that Calgary Stampede?
With themselves and with their constituents. As Liz Cheney was saying, there has never been a greater portrayal by a president of the United States of his office and his oath to the Constitution. Don't dismiss that. She's the daughter of a vice president of the United States.
I'm so sad I missed out on
Who was the
Bonnaroo.
whip when I came to Congress.
My two most played artists on Spotify last year were Miley Cyrus and Tool.
Clerk will call the roll and ask for our votes.
1.27 million.
Make no
Oh, is that over the course of several days?
This will be no ordinary roll call. This is about our country.
I see what you're saying.
And our democracy. These votes will be inscribed on the roll of history.
Well, if we're doing that in like a festival, then like mine's probably like the Hillbilly Days Festival in Pikeville because it's like 700 and something thousand people
Unbroken.
come through that bitch from all over the world.
With just 7 days left in the presidency.
But I was just counting like a one event thing instead of like a multiple day, like everybody coming through.
Principle.
A lot of people get counted twice in that shit too.
Fidelity to our
Twice, 3 times. They're there all the days.
It concerns the clear and present danger facing our country, not only in these final days of the Trump administration.
No, it's across 3 days.
But in the weeks, months, and years that will follow. It is about the necessity to
It's like the second largest public gathering in Kentucky. It's my hometown in Kentucky. Second largest public gathering, only to the Kentucky Derby.
My friends, that it was simply those who came into the Capitol, encouraged by our president to stop.
And all it is like fucking funnel cakes and shit. Like there's nothing to it.
If the vice president doesn't do my bidding and follows the Constitution, sweep him away. We know that this president would never emulate.
Sweep him away. I can't wait to see what the vote actually is. Are you guys ready?
After losing an election.
We should be getting close to the vote.
I don't know what you're talking about. You're not
See, I was going to go to all 4 days of Bonnaroo. I'm close enough to where I could drive back and forth to Bonnaroo. I hadn't decided whether I was going to.
Terrible act.
My thought was like go Thursday night, drive back, sleep in my bed, shower, go Friday night, stay, go Saturday, or still be there Saturday night, go to Nashville on Saturday night, stay in a hotel, have a shower and a bed, do fun shit in Nashville, and then go back for a Sunday night in Bonnaroo. Which was like Lana Del Rey and Tame Impala. Like I missed out on some good shit.
Georgia showed that. There was no mistake in this election.
I think Lizzo was there too. I miss fucking Lizzo.
To preserve and protect this great democracy. We do it for the America we love. Our America the Beautiful. Whose founders.
What up? Ben Shapiro is a goat. One.
In liberating
like literal goat? Or he's the greatest of all time? We're like literal like bah.
Sadly,
Jordan, I am so jealous of
Speaker,
Garth Brooks. I would have really enjoyed seeing Garth Brooks. Like,
appropriate words would be,
I don't like country music, but I think Garth Brooks like transcends country music.
more than truth. Vote for.
I don't know if you remember when that was all going on. Like I was like bitching to Sparkles about not getting to see Garth Brooks, and I wanted to listen to Garth Brooks in the car, and apparently like she's Pandora, and there's no Garth Brooks on Pandora. So it was like covers of Garth Brooks, and I'm like, I wanted to listen to Garth Brooks, but we have Garth Brooks at home. Like I shared that picture out. I listened to Morgan Wallen on Saturday Night Live, and I didn't really care for him. Like he did not look the way he sounded.
Section 3S of House Resolution 8, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will
Travis Scott.
electronic device.
All right, guys, here we go. 15 minutes from now, we'll know if Trump has been impeached a second time.
Trump is on the brink of being impeached again, this time for one article of incitement of insurrection for his actions before, during, and following last week's deadly attack on the U.S. Capitol. The article saying, in part, President Trump gravely endangered the security of the United States and its institutions of government. He threatened the integrity of the democratic system, interfered with the peaceful transition of power, and imperiled a coordinate branch of government. He thereby betrayed his
Sounds about white.
as president to the manifest injury of the people of the United States.
Should I get the liquor out? Should I take a shot when they impeach him again?
Impeachment in this vote, expected to be a lengthy one, with some 64 members requesting proxy votes, 57 actually for this vote. We expect 7 Republicans to likely vote yes in favor of impeachment.
Only 7. I said 20. Oh my God, only 7.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Ms. Strickland of Washington pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Strickland will vote yes on H-Res 24.
Gentleman from California seek recognition.
I'm not stoned enough for this. Let's smoke some more.
Madam Speaker, as member designated by Congressmember Napolitano pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Congressmember Napolitano will vote yes on the H.
I don't have any dabs. Sorry.
Resolution 24.
I'm going to hit this here bong right now.
Designated by
With some flour, with some top-notch flour too, my friend.
I inform the House that Congressmember Costa will also vote yes on H-Res.
I'm not for purging anybody, but the world would probably be a lot better off if we did.
Speaker,
just being honest with you.
By Mr. Crenshaw, Texas, pursuant to House
I mean,
Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Crenshaw.
Yesterday, a Republican told me that my parents should have been put in a gas chamber for having me. For real, fuck both of them for having an abomination like you.
Pursuant to H-Res 8.
So honestly, man, like we'd probably be a lot better off without people like that.
The gentleman from Tennessee.
And because that's the way they think, they tend to like pop up when they're like asking you like, well, do you want to purge everybody? Because like that's the way they think.
I inform the House that Mr. Fleischman will vote nay on H-Res 24. As the member
All the farmers are Republicans.
of Tennessee, pursuant to H-Res 8.
All the farmers I know in my life are absolutely fucking liberal hippie dippies. Like every single fucking one of them. I don't know. Every fucking Republican in my life is a pansy ass little bitch that lives in like a 70 grand home that they bought during the 90s. Has a fucking truck and has never done an actual day's work in their life. Some fucking mid-level manager somewhere.
Recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Bonnie Watson Coleman pursuant to H-Res 8.
A lot of farmers are indeed pro-co-op.
Coleman will vote yes.
Co-ops are where it's at. Now, I will hand it to you that Republicans probably dominate the factory farming and industry of farming
on HRES 24.
because they're all asshole bought and paid for corporatist shills.
Pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Tonko will vote yes.
Fucking yeah, we covered the Indian farmers, and it's like the world has still not understood the gravity of what happened in India.
Pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that...
And I myself am guilty of not imparting that information on my audience. We've had so much shit going on here.
From Illinois, seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Ms. Presley of Massachusetts.
So like 2 weeks ago, I wanted to do that story on my main show, and I kept pushing it back, because like, oh my God, we got so much stuff. Trump's doing this, Trump's doing that. That's why like fucking, let's finally get rid of Trump so we can talk about some shit that matters.
This is the gentleman from Connecticut, seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Now, it says 10 minutes on the clock. It is probably going to take way longer than 10 minutes. As we found out last night, because of the COVID precautions they are taking, they're like rotating people in and out of the chamber. So it's not actually going to be 10 minutes. This is just like C-SPAN's clock that triggers. No, Donald Trump is getting impeached. You're getting ready to watch it in the next 30 minutes. Shit's crazy, G. It's going to move to the Senate probably Thursday or Friday of next week. It's actually going to pass the Senate. It could probably pass the Senate without seating the 2 Democratic senators. There are enough Republicans on board. There's video of me calling into C-SPAN on my YouTube channel. Definitely check that out. C-SPAN hung up on me because I was yelling at them. But Trump is going to lose his pension. He's going to lose his Secret Service detail. He's going to lose access to the presidential daily briefings.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated
He's
by
barred from ever running for office again.
I inform the House that Mr. Carson will vote yes on HRES 24.
Man, the libertarian anarchist, like, there's like a left-right divide. The people on the left of that divide don't call themselves libertarian. Where you been, son? Have you not fucking... There's going to be 4,000 fucking people die today of a completely preventable disease. Almost 400,000 people have died. Not libertarian... Okay, so... these...
This is a gentleman from New York, seek recognition.
The member designated by Chairwoman Eddie Bernice Johnson, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Chairwoman...
There's the textbook philosophy...
The member designated by
libertarianism, the Robert Nozick shit.
I inform the House that Congressman Boyle will vote yay on...
It's a little different than anarchism. And most of the anarchists I know are like fucking communists. I know some ANCAPs too. You are correct. People in the United States do not understand the political spectrum, and most everybody in the United States is right wing. That's what I'm saying. I don't know any like anarchists personally. And all the anarcho communists I know are like the fucking farmers. Fucking woodworkers and shit. And they tend to like they like to live off the fucking grid too. Conquest of Bread. I've never heard of it. I'll have to check it out.
Gentlewoman from Florida, seek recognition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As the member designated by Dr. Dunn,
She said some stupid shit last night.
to HRES 8, I inform the House that Dr. Dunn will vote nay on HRES 24. As the member designated by Mr. Buchanan from the state of Florida. Pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Buchanan will vote nay on HRES 24.
The Anarchist Manifesto. I'll check it out, yeah.
Pennsylvania seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member...
He's done multiple things to be impeached.
Florida 5th Congressional District...
I don't have to change your mind. He's going to be impeached.
I'm informed that Mr. Lawson will vote yes.
Unfortunately, more celebrities are going to be getting into politics, and I don't see that as a good thing.
This is the gentleman from California seek recognition.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Representative...
Libertarian in our society evokes this like
I inform the House that Representative...
Wild West cowboy kind of mentality.
House Resolution 24.
I always ask them about initial just acquisition, and they never have a fucking clue what I'm talking about. I don't like our fucking celebrity obsessed society anyway. Well, I mean, you can't just say because it's blue. There are Republicans voting for this too. This is a bipartisan effort. I'm saying he did, and that's the reason why it's a bipartisan effort to impeach him. He did shit to get impeached the first time. He committed extortion. He tried to blackmail one of our allies to make up a story about his political opponent. The symbol on each side of the flag? What are you talking about? Oh, up there on the House of Congress? I have no clue what it is. I assume it's some sort of, Roman kind of.
This is a gentleman from Arizona seeking.
I don't. Yeah, that's. I was assuming it's something Roman, but like I can't remember what the. I don't know anything about architecture and shit. There's like a whole theme to the Capitol. There's meanings behind everything. I don't fucking know what they are.
The House Representative Kirkpatrick will vote aye on H.R. 24.
Dude. One is it's gonna be 7. I said it was gonna be 20. There are multiple senators that are gonna vote. It could pass the Senate right now, but they're probably not gonna take it up because Mitch McConnell doesn't want to take it up. What do you mean not cross paths? Do you not know about the Lloyd? Lloyd blocked me years ago. Lloyd can dish it out, but Lloyd can't fucking take it. Oh, Lloyd and I were friends for years and years. I was working at the TV station. It probably would have been like 2016, 2017. Yeah, I got tired of like every fucking month he made a comment about like how like he had met the love of his life or some shit. I made a fucking joke about it, and I kept making the joke about it. Like, oh, are you in love with the new girl you're dating this week? In the Roman Empire, it consists of the axis, the origin, term axis of power for the fascist countries in the Second World War. That doesn't surprise me. I'm sure there's a reason why they are up there. If they have, because everything in the fucking Capitol is like planned out and has a story. I've multiple times told people to tell Lloyd to unblock me and stop being a pussy and censoring me. Yeah, that's stupid. What is the haps? We're minutes away from Trump being impeached, so if you're just coming back in, yeah, you picked the right time. The acts were originally associated with the symbol. It's going to pass. He's going to be impeached minutes from now. It's going to, don't be fooled by the minute and 10 seconds that's on the clock. It's going to be a few more minutes than that, as we saw last night, because of coronavirus restrictions and the way they're filing in and out of the House.
As the member designated by Mr. Young of Alaska, pursuant to House Resolution 8,
I really like her.
Mr. Young will vote nay on H.
I really like her jacket.
24. Thank you.
He doesn't get kicked out. He loses his pension. He loses his Secret Service detail. He loses access to presidential daily briefings, and he's banned from ever holding office again. Because the Senate won't convict him until next week.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Indiana secret?
It could pass the Senate right now, but Mitch McConnell is not going to bring it to a vote. So it's going to be up to Chuck Schumer to do it next week after Warnock and Ossoff are seated.
On H-Res 24.
And that is going to be an interesting proceeding because there's going to be several senators running for the 2024 running in the 2024 GOP primary.
I inform the House that Mr. McKinney.
They want to vote for it so they stop him from running and clear the field for themselves. Also, they're going to try to make a name for themselves during the proceedings. Ben Sass is going to make an incredibly big showing. I promise you. Hard against the president. So yeah, we're going to have a few more minutes of voting here. And then it's official. He will be the first time president to be impeached twice. First president to be impeached twice. Absolutely deserves it. Should have been impeached forever ago. The Senate should have convicted him the first time. I think the Democrats missed an opportunity to really drive that point home in their speeches today. I don't think the messaging was very good. Granted, we didn't listen to the last, 30, 45 minutes. We were talking about other shit because it was boring. But I don't think enough of them capitalized on really pointing out, like, the Republicans could have prevented this the first time. To really tie Trump to the Republicans.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Bergman, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Bergman will vote no on final passage H-Rev 24. As the member designated by Mr. Lamborn, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I inform the House that Mr. Lamborn will vote no on final passage H-Res 24.
A few people just came in. If you're just joining us.
This is the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Minutes away from Trump being impeached a second
As the
time.
member designated by Ms. Franco, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Franco will vote yes on H-Res 24. As the member designated by Ms. Bonamici, pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Ms. Bonamici will vote yes on H-Res 24.
Yes. I honestly believe the Senate, that's a lot of the motivation of why this is going forward.
This is the gentleman from Maryland seek recognition.
Madam Speaker.
The Republican Party, Mitch McConnell, people like that are done with Trump. They don't want to have to deal with him anymore.
Yes on H-Res 24.
Yeah, if they don't impeach him, he can run again. But it's going to pass. He's done. He's like, there is going to be no other office. You can't hold any office. There's going to be no Trump 2024 tour around the country.
Designated by Ms. Titus of Nevada, pursuant to H.
I wonder if he's going to be able to get the funds to do rallies. You know that's what he wants to do.
On H-Res 24.
But without the power of the presidency or running for the office. Oh, federal office. I'm sorry. Okay. So we could still have a Governor Trump somewhere. Governor of Florida. Oh, shit. God damn. There's nothing stopping them from voting for him. No. Cannot run for federal office. They'll do anything to vote for him. He could shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. His age does not fucking matter. How the poorest people in the country got duped by a man sits on a golden toilet.
Speaker, as a member
Some of the poorest people, as we said. A lot of Trump supporters.
I inform the House that Mr. DeSaulnier will vote yes.
Suburban yuppies.
24.
We're not having violence today on the floor of the House, thanks to the National Guard, which slept on the fucking floor of the Capitol.
Designated by Congressman Jerry McNerney pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. McNerney will vote yes on H-Res 24.
Inching ever closer to the second impeachment of Donald Trump. What sucks?
Does the gentleman from Pennsylvania seek recognition?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. As a member designated by Mr. Doyle of Pennsylvania, pursuant to House Resolution 8, I hereby inform the House that Mr. Doyle will vote yes on House Resolution 24.
Yes, it does. It's a shame that we're in that position, that they have to sleep on the floor. Because, when I first saw the picture, it kind of freaked me out. Why are there all those bodies on the floor of the Capitol?
Mr. Villa,
What?
to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Villa will vote aye on H-Res 24.
That was one of those shocking pictures this morning that, okay, I have to read this story and find out what the fuck is going on here.
Recognition.
As the member designated by Ms. Ocasio-Cortez pursuant to House Res 8, I inform the House
This is my crush.
that Ocasio-Cortez will vote yes on House Res 24.
My crush used to be Benazir Bhutto of Pakistan. Where was who? I mean, I had the biggest crush on Benazir Bhutto. My crush is now Rashida Tlaib. They're cycling in and out of the house. She's probably quarantined. AOC was
From New Jersey seek recognition.
one of the reps that was exposed.
Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Schneider pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform the House that Mr. Schneider...
That's what they had to go through rules last night to approve that they could vote by proxy and have somebody else vote for themselves. Any office of honor. But it's a federal action, though. I don't know that would apply to the states.
Designated by Ms. Lee of Nevada pursuant to H-Res 8, I inform...
They put that in there. I didn't hear the whole story last night. Listened to some podcast or something. They put that in there because they impeached a judge or something. And he came back and ran and was a congressperson.
On H-Res 24.
So they put that in so you couldn't hold federal office. But it might be, maybe it is any office.
I inform the House that Mrs. Dingle will vote yes on H-Res 24. As the member
There's a lot of legal questions
H-Res 8, I inform
that just haven't been challenged in the court.
yes on H-Res 24.
What does a court interpret it? It's never been challenged in a court to know what they would actually decide on that, right? that's kind of like we may find out if the president can pardon himself or not. Because you know there'll be court challenges going up to that if he tries to do it. And we'll actually have that settled whether the president can pardon himself. We'll know for certain. Because there's just some things that haven't, like, the Mueller, like, they didn't have charges because of the Office of Legal Counsel's opinion that the sitting president
Purpose is the gentlewoman from New
can't
York.
be indicted.
Madam Speaker, as the member designated by Mr. Deutsch of Florida, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Deutsch will vote yes on HRES 24.
But they never challenged the fact. You see, like, it's just the OLC opinion. It had never been challenged in court. I wish Mueller had brought charges.
This is the gentlewoman from Florida seek recognition.
So we would have known, so the court could rule and say, okay, you can't bring charges on the president.
I inform the House that Mr. Hastings will vote yay.
From that interpretation, it does sound like any office in the United States. But once again, it's up to a court to decide that. That'd go all the way up to the Supreme Court. We are almost to the impeachment of Donald Trump. Mere minutes away. Probably within the next 10 minutes, he will be impeached a second time in the House of Representatives.
Member designated by Ms. Walorski pursuant to HRES 8. I inform the House.
We're currently in the voting process right now, and we're coming to the end. Don't pay attention to C-SPAN's clock because of the COVID procedures. The Senate will take it up probably next week. Maybe before. We'll see what the pressure is. He's probably not going to get kicked out of the White House. No, it will probably not be taken up until after he's out. The inauguration is in less than a week now, taking place a week from Wednesday, or a week from today. Nah, man. Oh no, you're cool. Please ask away. Ask any questions you wanna hear. He's going to finish his term in office. What they're doing is to he will no longer receive a pension. He will no longer receive Secret Service detail, personal security. He will no longer receive presidential daily briefings, and he'll be barred from running for office. Producer Dave from Echoplex Media has joined us. Check out Echoplex Media at echoplexmedia.com. Click on their profile. Go follow them on Twitch if you're on Twitch right now. If you're on YouTube, check out their YouTube channel. All ex-presidents get security. He won't because he's been impeached. If the Senate convicts, which it almost certainly would. I'm sorry, fuck your YouTube channel. My bad. When I see you put content up there, I try to go give you a like.
For what purpose is the gentleman from Virginia seek recognition?
Help you build that channel. YouTube's where most of my engagement comes from. So.
By Mr. Blumenauer, HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Blumenauer will vote yes on HRES 24. As the member designated by Mr. Liu, pursuant to HRES 8.
You joined us at just the right time, Producer Dave.
HRES 24.
We are mere moments away from history being made and Trump being impeached a second time.
Will vote yes on HRES 24. As the member designated by Mr. Peters, pursuant to HRES 8, I inform the House that Mr. Peters will vote yes on HRES 24.
Well, I don't know if you saw the pictures. The National Guard actually slept in the Capitol. It is heavily fortified today. I don't know what is going on. Please, Producer Dave, if there is any news of anything going on, marches, rallies, anything we've been... You know me, I'm into the electoral politics. We've been covering the floor vote. I don't know if there is any counter protest to these proceedings right now. Are they saying to burn crosses? We totally found that out. The tweet from Tom Morello was great. It's all going down. Next Wednesday is definitely going to be interesting. I'll be here. I'm hoping we won't still be live at this time next Wednesday. We covered his trip to meet with Modi.
There are 433 members currently of the House.
And I am so sorry about your leadership as well in India. Modi is a scary individual.
The resolution passes. The second impeachment of President Donald Trump. One article of impeachment on incitement of insurrection. There are 9 Republicans voting yes. So
is it also the thing with Modi? Is it like, I don't get it. Is it also like the cult of personality with Trump?
We expect possibly Brian Fitzpatrick of Pennsylvania, and there they tick off one more, 10, and Mike Gallagher of Wisconsin.
That's good.
Designated by Ms. Wilson.
We were actually talking about
Inform the House that Ms. Wilson will vote
the workers
yes
in India.
on HRES 24.
I don't know if you were here for that. I would love to come visit you. I did some video work for an Indian wedding one time, and they fed me, and it was all like home cooked food. They all like brought. Oh my God, that's the best I've ever eaten in my life. Indian food is amazing. I want to go to India. It's a beautiful country. A lot of the different pictures I've seen. But just I want authentic Indian food. And I didn't even know what anything was. It was just like everything was good.
Designated by Ms. Jayapal pursuant to House Resolution 8, I rise to inform the House that Ms. Jayapal will vote aye on House Resolution 24.
I am going to get out there and visit you guys once we get through the COVID. We gonna party? I couldn't get my straw. Inching ever closer. It has indeed passed now. 10 Republicans. I said 20. I was wrong. I admit it. I thought there was going to be at least 20 Republicans with balls, but apparently not. C-SPAN said 7. C-SPAN said like we would get 7, so 10 is surprising. Yeah, me and the media wench are going to braid each other's hair. Do cute photos together. But me with my bald, if anybody knows who Devin Townsend is, back before he went completely, like cut his hair completely bald. Like he had like dreadlocks and then like the bald on top. That's kind of what I'd look like. Oh yeah, that is another thing. I forgot in the Senate. You need a 2/3 majority. So man, do they have it? I completely forgot all about that, Dave. But I think in the Senate, there's going to be much more support because of people looking to play presidential politics with 2024. I don't want to make any predictions, but I know for a fact that Ben Sass is going to vote for it. Wow. Yeah, I didn't know about the Indian flags. So yeah, the Senate should be interesting, but it should happen. It seems like they have the support. The way they have all been talking, the leadership is talking, Mitch McConnell is talking, it seems like it has the votes to pass. And just when we get to a Senate trial, maybe next Friday, possibly, there's going to be a lot of grandstanding from people. It's going to want to make a statement to distance themselves from Trump and to maybe ingratiate themselves with Trump. Apparently, Lindsey Graham might be on board with impeachment. I think that's a Mitch McConnell thing. Mitch McConnell, until they come back into session, Mitch McConnell is in power. When they come back into session, they seat Ossoff and Warnock. So the next time they're in session is the 19th. It would take Mitch McConnell calling them back into session before then. And that's the reason why, like, we're probably not going to have... Maybe they do it on the 19th, though. I think Joe Biden is against it. He was not on board with the impeachment. It would be nice if they went ahead and got it over with. Okay, so there was like a teacher tweeted out something like, I want Trump to be removed from office because I want kids to ask the question of why, Mike Pence was only president for a couple of days. And to be reminded what happens when you act like Trump. And like, I think that that was a profound way of looking at it. That's what I'm saying. Or do you have any indication that any violence has been going on from the QAnons or the Trump supporters today in light of the impeachment? Okay. Because several credible threats were going on. Apparently I saw a story, they are converting to encrypted channels to try to hide their tracks now. They're trying to get smart with it. I am really, really worried about the 20th. But hopefully it's one of those things where we're all talking about it and DC actually is prepared with enough National Guards and nothing happens. I want them to do something. I think it all ends. Once the potatoes all rise up and they get their skulls cracked, they're yuppies. They don't have the balls. They're not like Black Lives Matter. They're not going to stand out there and get pepper sprayed and have tear gas shot at them and have rubber bullets shoot them in the face. They're not going to take it. They don't have the Constitution for that shit. And the moment they see repercussions, they will get the fuck out of there. That is, you bring up a very good point about state houses. Especially in blue states that are, the blue area is just a urban center, and then there's like a lot of red out there. Holy shit. What would be what did you think about the proposals a couple years ago to break California into 3 different states? I kind of like the idea because, 1 or 2 of those Senate seats might go to Republicans, but overall it's more Senate seats for Democrats. That's what like, they might elect a Republican in 1 or 2 of those seats. But it's almost certainly going to give more power, create more blue. I've never understood why right-wingers weren't for abolishing the Electoral College. Because right-wingers in New York and California don't have a voice. California is, 38%, 39% Republican? That's a significant chunk. Just like, you know, me in a red state. One person, one vote. Eliminates that. Why are we waiting votes anyway? Especially in 2020 when somebody like me conducts business in all 50 states. I can somewhat understand it when you had, you know, different states with different levels of economic power, but we're so interwoven now. Understand it. I mean, it was to help out the southern states. I always bring up the 3/5 Amendment with that. Now, right-wingers are like, oh, as if the 3/5 Amendment was done because of the Electoral College. No, that's a stupid red herring, sir. Because the 3/5 Amendment was already in place, the Electoral College made sense. Because they already had that mechanism. Right-wingers love those to reframe the argument about something that it's not. Like where we were arguing corruption, I showed where all the Republican administrations were by far way more corrupt. And that right-winger came back, so what you're saying is there's no corrupt Democrats. Like, what the fuck? Dirty rhetorical trick. No, what I'm saying is that it is overwhelmingly one party committing it, and it's Republicans. Dude, yeah. I can shoot you a feed of my camera. Hopefully we're going to wrap this the fuck up and Justin's going to make some dinner. I did enjoy our little test run the other day. Said I was going to make lasagna last night. I lied. I did not. I made taco salad. I didn't feel like going to all the trouble because, like, I like to make... I've got the tomatoes to make my own sauce from scratch. I didn't feel like fucking doing that after we got off the stream. It was so late last night. So I did not make lasagna. That's probably what I'm going to do as soon as I get off now. Some people go in for public service, and that's one of the reasons why the way you cut down on corruption is to remove the
Have all members voted?
monetarily incentive.
Does any member wish to change a vote?
So a handful of no votes. I legitimately covering politics now, and I would like to go into politics, whether I'm gonna run a joke campaign against Mo Brooks, my fucking congressman, but I would really love to do communications for politics. And I'm totally my intentions are pure. I don't give a shit about money. I want to actually help people. I want to help Democrats change their messaging so they can fucking help people and do the right thing. I would love to see an end to the two-party system. But the only way that's going to happen is you're going to need some rule changes. And one of those rule changes is going to need to be ranked choice voting. And in order to make that happen, we're going to have to take over the Democratic Party and make that happen. Ranked choice voting would do a tremendous amount to help open up our politics.
The nays are 197. The resolution
There you have it.
adopted.
History,
Without
ladies and
objection,
gentlemen.
The motion to reconsider is laid upon the table. Okay. That's it. What now? And now what?
For a second time, Donald Trump has been impeached. Don't really feel any different,
The
though.
chair announces that pursuant to Section 3A of House Resolution 41, the House Resolution 40 is hereby adopted.
I guess that was the official thing. I thought the gavel was.
The chair announces the Speaker's appointment pursuant to Clause 11 of Rule 10, Clause 11 of Rule 1, in the order the following of the House of January 4th, 2021.
It really seems like they think they have the votes in the Senate.
House to the Permanent Select Committee on
And
Intelligence.
I've said it over and over again. When we get to the Senate, there are people that are going to be running for office in 2024 that are going to want to make a name off of this. For it and again it. There are going to be people running for office in 2024 who are going to try to get that Trump vote by opposing impeachment passionately. And there's going to be others like Ben Sass. That's what I'm saying. Like they are acting like they have the 2/3. What you're not taking into account is that Republicans have been told that by their corporate backers that they're not going to give them money anymore. That's a story we went over last night on the Troll Patrol.
Pursuant to Section
Republicans can't fundraise by popular,
the House stands adjourned until
but just the
11
general
a.m.
population,
on
they
Friday,
get crushed.
January 15th,
They need the corporate money to even compete, so they're all fucking worried about it.
Another first.
So that's why it's going to be interesting
Trump. This is the
when we get to the Senate.
in America, the second time he has been impeached. This afternoon, less than a week to go before the new president is sworn in.
There you go. I am not going to try to call into C-SPAN this time and cause trouble. I don't know if I'm going to do a regular show tonight. We've been going. I've got so much shit to do. Oh, there's no small channels on right now on Twitch. Unless I send you over to AI pictures of Trump. That's where I'm going to send you over there because I love it. Talk to the AI picture of Trump. Get him to say different shit. I spent like an hour playing with it the other day. Because I'm fucking hilarious like that. So if you're watching on Twitch, you're going over to AI pictures of Trump. Make it say some stupid fucking shit. You'll enjoy. Go ahead, light one up, tip one back. It's alright to have a little fun before you hit the sack. I'm Justin FREAKIN. We'll see you tomorrow night on the Troll Patrol live.